Hello, my name is Patrick John Coleman.
You ain't nowhere, buddy.
But shamanism is all about learning wonderful things.
Life in this planet, and that's why we're here. So I have learned something recently. Do not block your trolls. So blocking your trolls is really nonsense. Cyberbullying and harassment policy, which doesn't make a lick of goddamn sense. They say, there's a video where somebody sends me a death threat saying that I'm going to fucking come to Chicago and kill you.
Inspectors will turn him over to local police authorities, who will put him in jail to await trial.
Whatever. Let them talk. Let them talk. Talk. Eventually, they will reveal things about themselves in their desperate attempt to troll you. We may look low-tech, but we're pretty high-tech over here. Pay attention to your trolls. As I've said before, your trolls are your biggest fan. Me, I'm a blob of jelly. Cannot you see it? Blob of motherfucking jelly. So, pay attention to your trolls, and don't do what YouTube says. Don't block them. Be a fucking grown-up human individual.
And understand that anybody that trolls you is your petty tyrant. And you know the most wonderful thing about petty tyrants is they help you. They help you along your path. So blocking them means you're just avoiding.
So blocking them means you're just avoiding the situation. So be cyberbullied. Be harassed. Be all of that.
This is a clip of the process in Hit Film 4 Express. And Hit Film...
Suicidal ideation. The new mantra from Tantric, Young, Pullman, smurf smuggling shaman, actor, race relations liaison officer, trans-dimensional heart chakra poet, and child daycare specialist. Brings you the one phrase to fit all social media occasions. If you've overindulged in adverb discombobulation and suddenly find yourself tempted to erase all traces of your light work from the internet, hold fast and escape into the ecstasy of serenely feigned human fragility, misrepresentation of critics' assessments, and misanthropic false victimhood through the rhetorical portal of suicidal ideation, a trope capable of silencing all known rational dissent. Suicidal ideation, the first choice in lasting responses, used in conjunction with overextended metaphysical cliches, may affect audience retention.
My name is Magic Dan. I'm the most powerful concrete shaman in Chicago. Daniel, and this is an open letter to my enemies. Be forewarned, ye devils. Don't talk shit about me, or you shall be struck down into non-existence. If I focus my energy in a violent and malicious manner, and I don't want to do that because I've worked for 30 years to reduce malevolence, in the world, and I want there to be no malevolence, and I want malevolence to be a thing of the past, and I want for evil life forces to be cast out into the netherworlds of non-existence, into the netherworlds of non-electricity. And that's all that I've worked for 30 years. But the universe has been antagonizing me in the form of petty enemies who talk shit, who get all up in my goddamn shit and fuck it up for me. Because I didn't ask to be a part of your negative cycle.
Suck it up, man.
Journey, and you're making it part of my journey in an antagonistic way.
Fuck you.
I don't take kindly to that. And that's why I'm telling you, this is a real threat, that at any moment, if I get the right combination of energy energies inside my body at the same time, and I've got the right music going, and it gets me into a real groove, into a real funk, I can think things into reality, and I can think you out of reality. And that's a promise. I will think you out of existence. All ye who stoke my temper, like the fires of insanity. And I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate it one bit. So I'm going to ask now, with human words, as we are to do as humans, as communicative beings who want nothing but sociality in their lives, and that's the only meaning of anything is love. And that's how we live in this concrete world, because there is no love in material concrete. There is no love in concrete.
Sure, yeah.
Love is not concrete. And for my enemies, I have no love. And for my enemies, I wish unto them no love from anybody. Perhaps you'll notice in the coming days a dog on your morning walk that normally runs up to you to be pet. Now he won't do that. Maybe you have friendly conversation with your elderly neighbor when you get back from your fucking nonsense. You'll notice they give you the cold shoulder. And why? Because thus spake Magic Dan.
We're gonna have a vampire party tonight. We're gonna have a vampire party, alright! 'Cause we ain't got nothing better to do than stab vampires and drink a couple of brews. Conspirators and get shaman, psychic vampires, and Ronaldo's nips. 'Cause we ain't got nothing better to do than stab vampires and drink a couple of brews. Yeah!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good job. Everyone clap for Ron.
Oh, very good.
Very good. Thank you, ladies and germs.
Ron, I hear you're getting some badge in your email. You can't
Some
stop.
badge in my email. I can't stop the flow, man. It's like a steady torrent.
You know, I got one dick, and you got like a billion badges.
I just open up my email and I gotta reach for the snorkel, man. Too much.
How does it smell like? You know what? That was really, really gross to me. How's it going, everybody?
Yeah, very good. Very good.
Good to hear. How are you, Jack?
I'm hanging in there, man. I'm hanging in there. I've had just a lot of, put it this way, since I went through everything I went through with Elizabeth, I've like actually discovered new levels of deep emotions that I didn't even realize I was capable of. And that is what everyone who deals with mental debilitation, whether it's a friend or a member of family, is something that a lot of us experience. And at the moment, I just pray she can get better from the state she's currently in. So that's basically where I'm at. But myself, mate, I'm doing good. I'm on the up.
Yeah, you seem a lot better than when we first talked to you. So that's good.
Can you introduce yourself to the audience for people that aren't aware of who you are and what this is all about?
Alright, so I've been blogging on YouTube for, quite a number of years. My channel name is Error422 : unprocessable entity. Formerly Error 404 entity undefined, but it's like the hardest channel to find. You search for it and it still doesn't come up.
Right.
My channel was always never designed for people it was always like part of the whole Jordan Womble thing, but I like tried to like conceal it, if you know what I mean.
Right.
So.
Well, you have a lot to say tonight, and that's partially why you're here. But first, hey Ron, you're not feeling very well today, are you?
I'm feeling good. What do you mean?
Thought you were suffering some shaman sickness.
No. I passed that this morning. It came out in a few broken, watery pieces, but I'm all right.
So you're over it?
Yeah, I'm good. We're good.
Good.
So where do we begin?
Well, we just want. Let's begin with this. Everyone is waiting for some shocking news about Patrick. You might have surmised this already, but it turns out that Patrick Coleman has been paid by Laura Snow for shamanic advice. And all signs point to the advice that he gave her to be getting off of her medication. So you always wanted to know where Laura Snow came from, how she's involved in all this. Well, she's known Patrick for a while, right, Jack?
Yeah, I was out there for 6 months with her, and I've been back a month. And every week, at least once a week, she spoke to Patrick on the phone. And she was always very upset talking to Patrick. It was never a positive conversation. It was always terrible news. It started off, he was her friend in Illinois.
Right.
And I was like, wow, that guy must be going through something terrible, you know. But as time went on, I realised this guy had a YouTube channel and found his channel, and but thought nothing of it, basically.
Right.
But you know, they're both kindred souls in a way, so I understand. You know, they say birds of a feather flock together, and so I can see where the link was between those two. Now this is Elizabeth.
By the way, sorry to interrupt, but in case anyone doesn't know what we're talking about, Elizabeth is Laura Snow.
Mm-hmm.
And Snow is the crazy conspiracy lady who's been accusing me of being a Scientologist, serial killer, rapist, pedophile, whatever, you fucking name it. She's been doing it ever since Vitaly died. This person has been slandering me until recently, where she suddenly appears to think she's my friend. So that's
Heil Hubbard, by the way.
What's that? Yeah, Heil Hubbard. But sorry to interrupt, Jack. I just want the audience to know who Alora is, to have context.
Well, Alora, she had something weird go on. She got some weird phone call from some other person in New York. She's got a friend in New York. I won't mention his name, but I think he also has some kind of thing going on mentally. He got weird phone calls from New York, and it was all apparently aliens and like it was all like this just crazy fucking shit, you know, like these different beings, these Illuminati different beings, alien magicians, you name it. As far as you can go to the seabed of the unconscious mind and see what's down there, it's that kind of shit. So anyway, she also said she basically said like her other friend in Illinois, which was Patrick, had a Illuminati coven of like these people that were on YouTube that were like serial killers that basically were psychic vampires that were preying on so-called spiritual people to put out their light. And
that's us, right?
Yeah, that sounds very familiar.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we're all serial killers. He's been telling this person who he knows is mentally ill, who he knows is heavily medicated, he's been telling this unstable person that me and Ron and Doc are fucking serial killers. I mean,
dark witches.
That's pretty dangerous to be telling to an unstable person with a history.
Well, the next thing that I saw after I heard that was a video of Patrick saying Vitaly's dead. I was like, oh my god, like this shit just got fucking real. Someone's died.
He predicted that Vitaly had killed himself about a week before it happened. He just kept saying, I know a body's going to be found up in Vancouver. And it's just, he fucking knew. A week before. He tried to play it like it was his psychic powers that he knew, but we all know he doesn't have any. So why would he know that? It's just bizarre.
I don't know.
That's what's kind of a mystery to me about all of this, really.
Well, at this point in time...
Can I ask a question? Yeah. Firstly, it's great that you're here and that you seem to be really doing well given the circumstances.
Uh-huh.
Do you know
I appreciate that?
Understood. Do you know if Patrick spoke with Liz specifically about medication?
I can't, honestly, I don't know. But, I mean, he had a video on YouTube called Get Off Psychiatric Medications Now. And I'm also at guilt to my own level because I'd known Alora for 10 months we Skyped. And then I was out there for 3 months. No, 7 months on Skype. Then I was out there for the 3rd month. And she was still on her meds, but she was complaining how she didn't want to take them. She showed me Patrick's video which said, get off all psychiatric medication now. Yeah. And I'd never really dealt with someone who was diagnosed as bipolar or schizoaffective before, let alone falling head over heels in love with her, you know. We both did. That was the element going on. And so I was like, I asked her dad, I asked her neighbour, I asked her friends, does Liz need to be on medication? They all looked at me and said, yes.
Yeah.
End of conversation.
Unsurprisingly, it sounds like you behaved like a really good guy and you did all the right things. But, you know, speaking from personal experience, there's a temptation to skip the meds, especially when you're feeling really good.
Well, it's hard for them to relate that it's the meds making them feel great.
Absolutely.
It's the meds keeping them balanced, and that's what I didn't realise. So I was like, well, Lizzie, if you... Because, you know, I wanted her to be happy. She complained that the side effects were weight gain, sleeping, like, 12 to 16 hours a day, and plus other stuff. And so I wanted her to be happy, and she was happy at that time. So I was like, well, if you want to come off them, come off them. And then within 2 weeks, I realised it was a big mistake, and owned up to her dad about everything. And you know, she was
driven crazy by her, right? He can't, like, it's just fucking driving him insane to live with her.
Well, he's dealt with her for 9 years, and he's his only. Lizzie's his only daughter, and his mother was afflicted, and you know, I don't really want to talk too much personal information about Mark because,
of course,
you know, he's dealt with enough shit. He doesn't need. I don't need to put any more shit on his plate.
No, everyone here respects that hugely, and what you're sharing is really valuable.
Well, absolutely. I think it's important that we point out the relevance of Alora Snow getting this guidance from Patrick. And she did pay Patrick for this advice at least one time. We'll get to that in a second. But so far, I can think of 3 of Patrick's clients, okay? Vitaly killed himself. Patrick Butterfield, suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, as far as I can tell, also got Patrick locked up because of his actions for a year in a mental institution. And now Alora Snow, who is currently in a facility, and it's not the first time this month that she has been. So those are 3 of Patrick's clients, everyone. What does his track record look like? It doesn't
Not
look
to mention there was a 14-year-old boy as well.
Yeah. A 14-year-old boy was
to go consume drugs and alcohol and have lots of sex.
I want to put out, if there are any clients of Patrick who have received advice from him, please contact us as soon as you can. omnieris@gmail.com, or you can tweet Ron. It's it's at Mr. Mental Inertia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and or Nipple God, it's on there as my handle. But
let me just interject as well and continue, because while I've got Lizzie telling me all this crazy shit, suddenly there's this video about Vitaly being dead, and then one day she was like, these are all the people responsible. But at the time, I couldn't guard the gates of my mind around Lizzie when she was in that state. I'm talking to Auld Kendal as well, who's fueling me with bullshit like he did with Jordan, and like my head was just being ping-ponged all over the place, and like and I was so stressed from everything that I was going through, you know, with...
Of course. You were fucking suffering PTSD. You probably still are.
And but being with like, it was just so good with Elizabeth for those first 3 months, and then the second 3 months was just the polar opposite. It was just, and I felt for her the whole time, and I tried to do the right thing, but I eventually exploded. And all my anger came out about everything in those videos I made about you guys, where I said some pretty nasty things that's not really me, but I'm very impressionable as
Jack. I think I can speak for everyone here and say there are no hard feelings, and that was you expressing yourself at the time. That's the past. It's totally cool.
But I'd like to add that I really actually respect your bravery to, you know, in your confidence in yourself to realize that what was going on, and you're smart enough to realize you were being fucked with.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I think with Lizzie, it was, you know, she'd really grown very emotionally attached to me, and I did with her as well. And like, I just, you know, she in the end, I felt like she'd do anything to keep me there, but I would have stayed if she would have been like, okay, I'm going to comply with my meds and stick with it. But she just, I don't know, she just, and I don't think in Lizzie's case you can pin blame on Patrick solely. Lizzie's got to do some soul searching herself.
Her, really.
But he was definitely a negative influence on her.
Absolutely. It really doesn't help situation like this.
I mean, specifically with the medication issue, when people have a condition that sometimes makes them feel really good or just makes them feel different, it only takes one wrong piece of advice to tip someone from the I should probably stay on them to let's give it a try, and it can be catastrophic as you've seen. But when you love someone, as you obviously do, you can't really make the most rational decisions, and your inclination, like any good guy, is to offer as much help and support as you can. But I commend you for making a break when you did, because I don't think at that point you could have helped her any more than you already had.
No, I obviously like had to go, you know, and
it was bad for you.
Yeah, it's toxic.
Well, yeah, I've become quite good at guarding the gates of my mind. That's pretty much why I didn't make a YouTube video for 8 months. But you know, when you get in someone saying all this stuff in your ear repeatedly, that repetition eventually gets through to the unconscious, and boom, it's at that point, you know, and it's...
Would you say that, I mean, I know that Alora was very enamored of Patrick because she thought he was a shaman spy or some crap like that.
Yeah.
So she took him very seriously, and she took his
spy for who?
Very seriously. Well, he's a spy for the government, obviously.
Oh, okay. Oh my God.
Oh,
but she took him very seriously, right?
Yeah, but you know, with Elizabeth, it's like government, it's aliens, interdimensional beings, you name it.
I watched one of her videos this morning. It's a very recent one. And it struck me as being a shotgun of every kind of potential intervention that is conceivable, from Men in Black, as you said, the Aliens, Disney crops up as well. And I was stunned by it. It's like, where do you start to take this apart? It's completely chaotic.
Yeah, it's. I know it is what it is though. You know,
and people come back from that.
Well, people still believe. Sorry, go on. You.
Oh
no, carry on.
You know, the psychiatric people say the deep delusions never ever go away, but you can learn to keep a lid on it. And
right. Yeah, you still have them. They're still a part of your brain, but you know what they are.
Yeah.
You know, and for me, I've had to train myself so hard to realise that when you're with people, they just don't want to talk about this shit. You know, just in average, everyday situations, you can't talk about, like, any of this, like, occult shit. Or you just, you know, you talk...
People just look at you like you're fucking insane. And
exactly. Exactly like that. So, even me, you know, since I was 20, my life's been, like, all over the place since I was 20. Never been able... 28 now.
Okay. So, yeah, a lot of this starts in early 20s for people. That just seems to be when it kicks in for most people.
Yeah.
From the medical perspective, that's exactly what happens. Although there's frequently a sort of kindling event earlier on, and Jack, just to put this on the table here, my own diagnosis was bipolar disorder at 16, 17 years of age. So I can identify very clearly with what you're saying, and you're doing a great job of describing it.
Yeah.
It kind of does fuck with somebody when you're at that age and you're just starting to find yourself, and then you're told that you have a condition like that, you know?
Right.
And it really just jacks your whole world up. It's like getting hit in the fucking head with a brick.
Right.
Yeah.
It does,
but
yeah.
Increasingly, this is becoming manageable through medication and through other treatments, but the effectiveness of these is clearly established. And when someone like Patrick preaches the exact opposite, frankly, it breaks my heart.
Well, he's practicing without a license, and it will be proven. So, I also want to point out, he was paid by Allura, okay? Allura paid him for at least one session. Right? You said that's the case, right, Jack?
I wanted to stop. I thought to myself at the time, she shouldn't do it, but...
Was it like a psychic reading?
There was no arguing with Elizabeth at that point.
Right, you wouldn't want to argue.
No.
Was it like a psychic reading, or like some kind of like read her future sort of deal, or like what exactly was the session supposed to be about?
It was just a consultation.
Right.
I mean, she felt like, though, she needed to speak to someone who understood, and Patrick was her go-to guy in that situation.
Do you happen to know how much she had paid him?
It was $80, right?
$80.
That's still fucking 80 too many, but...
I mean, that's like a person in grave distress seeking comfort in someone else who is in grave distress, and they'll have a lot to talk about.
I don't blame Elizabeth for wanting to talk to Patrick, but Elizabeth had the complete end of the objective... Well, objective, what is objective? But Elizabeth didn't have the perspective of the full circle. She was just looking at 1 degree.
Exactly.
With Patrick.
Well, I want to add, Allura paid Patrick $80. She very likely paid him through PayPal. You don't happen to know how she paid him, do you, Jack? Was it PayPal?
Sure it was, yeah.
Okay, so that means that there is a record.
She asked Mark for the money, and I heard that she asked her dad for the money, and I didn't want to. I wanted to be like, don't do it, Mark, but I couldn't bear to tell Mark. I didn't want to go up to Mark after and say, look, this is the dude you've just paid the money for.
Right.
I just I just didn't, like I said,
Probably too much stress.
I got to the point I didn't want to put anything else on the table.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
And you know what? If it was my kid and I was desperate, I would probably do exactly what Mark did.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
yeah. Mark didn't think twice. He didn't bat an eyelid about it. I don't think, but he didn't look it up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he probably didn't even care. He probably didn't want to fight with her anymore. But the thing that I'm trying to point out here is, we know Patrick charges people for advice. We know that he puts videos on the internet telling people to get off of all psychiatric medication. We know that Alora paid him $80. We know that because she did it through PayPal, there's a paper trail. So it doesn't take a genius to think that perhaps some of the shamanic advice, and this is just a theory, okay? You know, investigation will determine the truth. But it doesn't take a fucking genius to think that maybe the advice he gives out in his videos is the exact same advice he gave to her, which she paid him $80 for. Which means that he would be practicing without a license, telling her to adjust the dosage of her medicine.
I don't know what they spoke about.
Yeah, we don't know for sure.
Sorry to interrupt, but
we don't know.
I don't know. That was confidential.
It's not hard to speculate this, though, considering the videos he posts. And if anybody's a Scientologist, Patrick is more aligned with that kind of belief, if anything, with his hatred for psychology.
I don't know where that came from.
I think what is very clear is that if Liz, and I hope she gets better soon, or anyone followed Patrick's advice and they were medicated for a psychiatric condition, then they would probably not do better and almost certainly do worse. And he's been very clear in this message repeatedly, multiple videos.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I want to reiterate that it appears based on evidence that Patrick may very well have broken federal laws. So maybe he didn't. Who knows? But there's a lot of evidence that needs to be investigated regarding this. Okay?
Yes, all this stuff begs investigation. It has to be done.
All right? This is what happens when you give medical advice without a license to people who you know damn well are mentally ill.
I mean, it's just straight up irresponsible to say the least. I mean, if he was just doing this for entertainment purposes, even put that disclaimer there and turned away certain clients that he knows he shouldn't be talking to and that he could potentially harm, like that 14-year-old child or Laura or Vitaly or any of these fucking people that he deals with, it wouldn't be so bad.
The point here is, you know, it's the same in the UK, it's probably the same in the USA. If you get deemed as a danger to yourself or others, there's no way, you know, how... I think...
They let him walk around here, man. They let him
I hate to say it, but, you know, it's obvious he's obviously been a danger to himself and other people.
Mm-hmm.
And
there's a pattern of it, actually.
Well, you know, there's more I wanted to ask you, Jack. You said that Patrick is the one who was telling Alora that we were serial killers and shit. This happened right after Vitaly died, right? So immediately, he's telling people that we killed Vitaly. So he doesn't even have any... I mean, could he possibly really think that we did that? Or is he just so hatefully slanderous that he's just going to fucking do that because he has no respect for Vitaly? I mean, I can't tell.
If you ask me, it's a chess move on his part, but I mean, who could say?
Bad move. Sorry, Jack.
But that's the thing, like, and you can tell when when Elizabeth first came on this show.
Yeah,
she was still under the impression that you guys were like evil and trying to kill spiritual people on the internet.
All I really remember from that was just her shrieking mad. And talking about Saturn and alien.
That's because she thinks you're guilty of crimes that you're obviously not guilty of.
Right.
That's why, and it's a delusion that she's got from talking to Patrick at such a high frequency.
Yeah.
I mean, knowing what I know now, I don't personally hold it against her, but at that time, we were all pretty much sitting thinking to ourselves, what a crazy fucking bitch.
Listen.
And had no idea what was going on, but... I mean, now that I know what's going on, I actually do feel like sympathy and pity for this woman.
Well,
even go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, Jack says that she's totally normal on meds. So,
Oh my
tell her to
God.
get off meds. I mean,
What, there was just one day, right? She took.
you should feel sympathy for her because the real her is got no chance when there's somebody in her ear telling her to get off her medication.
Aripiprazole, which is Abilify, works on a small subset of patients. A lot of people they give it to, and it's a last resort antipsychotic. It doesn't do anything. She's not lucky, but that's not the word. She falls into that subset, Elizabeth. And I remember one day, you know, I was watching her take her medication for like a whole week. I was making sure she was taking it like myself. That was part of the deal with Mark, if I could stay, that, you know, we monitored her, and because after she'd, you know, come off, and dude, she like this one day, she went to bed at night, woke up in the morning, tidied up like her room and her bathroom. She recorded two albums in 3 days.
Oh my God. She's
Like,
very talented.
yeah.
It's a
And
shame that her
the
mind is
medication-
destroyed. Yeah, I think.
The medication, like, when I saw it on it, I was just like, wow. Like, it's just, but she has to do some soul searching. The penny's got to drop with her, you know. Mark's got her, like, her dad's got a high quality therapist now who has a high success rate of dealing with people like her. And I mean, I understand the past events that would have triggered it that aren't supernatural or fantastical, but I think she'd be pissed off if I started like talking about her life to you guys on the show, like what she went through as a kid. So
yeah,
I think I should like.
We're in the present. We're in the present.
Well, you know.
Yeah, I'm okay with it not being my business. Just
yeah, exactly. You know, so that's all I'll say on that matter, basically.
Well, I think the important thing is we know what one of the driving factors of her insanity has been, and suddenly everything makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? So, yeah. I mean, everyone wondered where she came from, appeared out of nowhere. Now we know where she came from.
And Jack,
I just want to say that it's a good thing that she is actually in a mental establishment rather than meeting a different fate at the hands of Patrick.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that confirmed?
Is wait,
I'm not going. I'm here. I'm just got to plug in my laptop.
No problem.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Another question that I have, probably for Jack, but I think it may be interesting, is he mentioned speaking with Auld Kendal.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get to Auld. We got a lot of Auld stuff to get to.
Okay.
Yeah, Auld has involved himself in this situation too, right, Jack?
I mean, you're going back to, you know, it wasn't all about Jordan Womble on YouTube. It was kind of like Auld and Goo. It was like a pair of them, you know.
I remember. I just want to say I never watched Auld Kendal's videos much back then, but I remember watching like Jordan back in 2012, and he was always talking about this guy and Pita.
That was Fred. That was
Fred, the Mason.
9th degree Freemason, like on the Council of Nine, and he may well have been, but that would have been the last fucking person Jordan needed to talk to. But I don't know, it's weird. There's still a huge element of weird mystery in all this that will probably never be known. But
you'll never know exactly what was said between them. So
yeah, maybe for the audience, Omni, could you introduce the Jordan Womble narrative and how it ties in.
What I'm going to do is, Greg had a lot of things to say about this because he's been researching it. So I'm going to give him a link. He's going to join us. Does anybody, before we move on to start talking about Auld, which I know he's dying for, how about, are there any final thoughts on what we've discussed so far about, you know, Patrick and Alora's connection? Does anybody have anything that they want to add before we move on?
I do, very briefly, and it's just to say thank you to Jack, and that from everything that you've said, you did everything that you could to help someone that you care about, and good for you.
All I've done is come on and tell you guys the truth as it played out from my perspective, and it's led me to this point.
I commend your honesty with all of this, man. That's fucking really, really great to see.
Yeah.
You're doing so much better than what you were when you were a few weeks ago, you know?
Yeah, I feel a lot better.
And
you don't come off as constricted like you did at the time. You seemed very manic at the time, and now it's like you're able to breathe, it seems.
Yeah, no, I'm much more relaxed. I'm still stressed out because, you know, I'm still in communication with Liz a lot, and I blew up.
You love the girl and all that shit's going on. And so, I mean, it's understandable.
I'm not qualified to give her any advice, but I blew up at her the other day about it and just said, you have to take it. And if anyone else is out there diagnosed with schizoaffective bipolar disorder and they have a history of non-medical compliance, I'd urge them, you know, that stuff from the trust the people around you. They're not possessed by archons and demons trying to tell you to, you know, that's what Alora thought when we were telling her not to take her meds. She thought we were all possessed, and when in fact 100 years ago, if it was Victorian times and you saw a girl like that, they would have pointed and gone, she's possessed. But that's the bipolar aspect. There's two poles in action. That's why it's Liz and Alora Snow. You know, that's what I've learned. Anyway,
although it may seem difficult to accept, people even in her condition do come back. So so that's something to shoot for, and you've done everything that anyone could do.
It may not have been like what was best for her, but when you're in the moment, what we always think is best for us isn't always what's best for us.
Sure.
In a higher perspective.
You make the best decisions that you can in the situation you're in with the information you've got, and that's all anyone can do.
True.
Hey, Greg, do you have any thoughts about this whole thing?
You know, it's almost hard for me to talk about because I've watched this since Liz first appeared on the scene. I first saw her over in Patrick's comments, and I immediately went over and thought, what is this about? And to me, it's just an awful, heartbreaking thing. The first video that I ever watched of Liz's, I clicked on the first thing that was up. It was the first video that was there, and it was her singing and playing the keyboard. And I thought, oh, this seemingly crazy girl over at Patrick's is really talented. And then I went to the next video, and I knew, okay, this is trouble. There's something drastically wrong here. And basically, I kept up with everything that she did, you know. And her music was always generally pretty incredible, some of it unbelievable. And she just went further and further and further downhill. And it's sad. It's hard for me to sometimes work up any sympathy for her because of the things that she says and does, but yet you look at what she's capable of, and when you hear this backstory that Jack has told us, and thank you so much, Jack. This has been you know how much I appreciate this, Jack. But it's just a heartbreaking thing. And the last couple of videos since she got out of the facility and came back, I was, I knew she was in there, and I thought, if she comes back and gets back onto YouTube, maybe we're going to see an improvement. And we saw a change in her, but to me, it was for the worse. I couldn't understand a thing she was talking about. It was all just so random and scattered, and it looked to me like whatever happened to her in there didn't do her much good in just the couple weeks that she was in there, because she seems so much worse. And now here we are at this point.
I don't know. She responds so quickly to the meds.
Do you suppose as soon as she got home she stopped taking them, or
what
is
either A or B, Greg? Either A, she kept taking them. If she kept taking them, that's a serious problem. That means they're no longer having any effect. Because when patients come off aripiprazole, cold turkey, in saturation dose, if they repeatedly do it, it eventually does them brain damage. So A, if she's still on them, I'd be extremely worried. And B, if she stopped taking them again, I'm also massively concerned. And I don't want to put this, I don't know. She's back in now, so all I can do is pray.
And we can hope that she can. I know the facility she's in now is just more of a temporary place where they treat people, and I hope that she can get into a more permanent care place where they can really work on her and take the time that it's going to take to get her stable and compliant with her meds when she leaves.
I'm sure she'll return.
Oh, I know she'll return. I just wonder what she's going to be when she comes back.
No, that's what I mean. She'll come back herself. I know she will, deep down.
I pray that's how it turns out.
Yeah. Don't want to give up the faith ever.
No,
and we're all pulling for her as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I see that now,
So, I had speculated earlier about looking at some of her videos and making my half-assed funny comments, and that will not happen.
Yes, no, I mean...
I know we like to fuck with people and tear people apart on this show, but I mean, that's really not the intent here.
I know, yeah, I get it, and obviously after having such a... they say first impressions are usually impossible to change. Well, me and Omni have had the worst first impressions you could possibly ever probably have in life.
To say the least.
Yeah.
Without actually fighting with swords or something, so,
We did on the astral plane.
It's also really okay, and it's actually really impressive when people go, you know what, I got that totally wrong. Because we've all done it, but very few of us have actually stood up and said, yep, that was me.
Oh yeah, dude, and you've showed nothing but, pure grace as you do this, and I really do respect you for this.
Yeah, it really indicates your noble character, Jack. It really does, and I'm so thankful for you.
This is my natural state of consciousness, and I think another thing is that I always want to see the best in people. I think everyone's nice, but the truth is not everyone is out there, unfortunately.
There's
a lot of
people out there.
snakes on a plane.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I think that I've said to younger people, way, way younger than anyone on the show, is, there are bad people in the world, but you can make sure that you're not one of those people. And that's kind of what we're doing.
Well, I have one last thing I want to say about all this, and then we need to talk about Auld Kendal / Josh Keegan. But what I want to say here is actually to Patrick. Okay, I want Patrick to know because I have psychic powers too, Patrick. My psychic powers are telling me that Alora's doctors may very well know who you are. So I just want you to be aware of that, Patrick, okay? And I guess we can move on to Auld Kendal.
Let's add one thing to that. Let's add one thing to that about Patrick. No amount of new disclaimers and things that he has put on his videos now will hide the fact of what he's done. He's not going to hide behind, I'm just giving you a performance here, and you shouldn't really fall for my act, and all of that kind of stuff. And his new disclaimer that I'm not offering anyone medical advice. We know what the truth is, and we have the videos.
Look at your clients, buddy. Look at your clients.
I've I commented on this. What he's introducing is the concept of therapy roulette, and it's very similar to Russian roulette. He may be doing a performance, he may not be. He may be representing his own opinions, he may not be. He's not providing medical advice even when he is, and all the video evidence based on his channel is gone. So this is a desperate and asinine attempt at ass covering.
Yeah, it's really bad, and people are watching you cover up your fucking crime, okay? We're watching you cover up your footsteps.
I mean, it's so blatantly
anyway,
obvious, too.
We'll move on from Patrick for now. I hope he...
I was going to say, I was going to take 5 quickly, okay?
No, go right ahead.
Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, so let's just bullshit, and then when Jack comes back, we'll talk about all. So, how about some bullshit, guys? You want to do some bullshit?
What do you want to bullshit about?
Nobody's seen my nipples yet.
Yeah.
Oh! Can't go through a show without the nipples.
Hold on, I have to close up. There we go. We got keep playing with them.
Yeah, you like that? You want me to bounce a coin off them for you?
Vic, get your wiener out.
Oh, Vic.
I'm sure it already is.
Saucy get ya.
So what's going on? Guys, I had a sex dream about Stephen Christ last night.
Can you describe that for us, please?
In detail?
Yeah, Stephen was there, and there was this guy there with him, but Stephen was the one that I was interested in, and we were having a three-way, but I had to do it with both of them, and I really didn't want to do it with this other guy. And then I thought, Stephen's invading my dreams, and he's bringing this other guy in, so intentionally he looks better by comparison to this other guy.
Dude.
Get out of my dreams, Stephen.
You put too much thought into that.
Hey, it happened. Stephen had a giant wiener, too. I was so surprised, because I always imagine him with a small one, but in my
No way. I bet you Stephen can play the guitar with his penis alone. He's that good at guitar, guys.
He did that in my dream, yeah. And then he shoved the guitar up his ass.
Do you think this dream came about as a result of seeing his new shirtless flexing video that he has out?
No, I didn't watch that.
Oh, you gotta see it.
I bet it's like he's chiseled out of marble.
Guys,
actually, he's built. He actually is.
We have not been giving Popo Bauer the love that he deserves. I think he's getting upset because we're not talking about him, and we're not having him rape anyone anymore.
We like you, poo-poo bowels.
How about we come up with some people that we want Popo Bauer to sodomize on the astral plane while Jack is gone?
Joshua Luxor.
Josh Luxor. Popo? There you go. But wear a condom, okay?
Let's look at the chat here. Anybody want poo-poo bowels to rape anybody on the astral plane, guys?
Popo Bauer, come on. Popo, do you have anyone in particular that you want to be sicked on?
I'm going to go take a piss.
Okay. Popo, go get Greg.
Popo, please rape JB Terpsichore because he doesn't like my music enough. He likes it a little, not enough.
On you, dude. Dude, JB has a crush on you. He likes you more than me.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Well, I was like number 4 on that list, and you were like number 6. Bitch, we should have both been 1.
Seriously, me and Ron will do you in a 3-way, JB.
For real.
You wouldn't be the first band we've had a three-way with.
We'll do like Dragon Ball Z and do that weird fucking fusion ha and turn into Romney. And
Oh
rape
yeah,
you.
Romney. Oh, we got to make that a thing. Almost
right?
forgot about that.
Somebody get to editing the fusion Dragon Ball scenes and put our faces on Goku or Trunks or whatever the fuck. I can't even remember the characters. It's so long ago.
I have this image of a split portrait, half Omni, half Ron, with Romney on one of the forthcoming T-shirts.
Yeah, how about Ron and my, like, a child, like a mix of our DNA? That can be Romney.
People want Auld Kendal raped. Vic wants to be raped. Magic Dan. Popo Dallas wants to rape Magic Dan. I don't even know.
Magic Dan's very powerful.
Magic Dan can take out whole cities, apparently, according to the reliable Shaman Wiley.
Well, Wiley...
Magic Dan will make you have a fucking seizure on the toilet.
Hey, Greg, I sicked Popo Bawa on you, so you're going to have a fun night, okay?
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Get some condoms and lubricant by the bedside, because we'll be there.
No, we're going to bareback.
He won't... Oh, well, I'm telling you, Popo has raped a lot of anuses, so I don't know if that's the good idea for you.
All right. I'll take your advice.
Yeah, he's got a big, giant, spiky bat wiener.
He'll put a nail bat out on your ass, dude.
He's
like
pissed at me.
From American Horror Story.
Popo's pissed off at me because I didn't give him a role in the Omni Heroes horror show.
Well, that's my fault. I mean, it's not really Greg's fault. I'm the one that sang the song. I'm sorry, Popo. You want me to come up with a new song for Popo?
I wish you would.
I
wish you would.
I'm never going to stop
him
calling you poo-poo bells, poo-poo bells.
Yeah, we have a growing cast of characters on the show, and I need a line chart to keep track of everyone.
Popo's been around forever, though.
There's a Popo, but there's no Magic Dan sock account. Somebody needs to get on top of this shit. You're missing a golden opportunity, and we use Auld Kendal's picture for it. We'll show it here in a minute.
We all know that a sock account is not enough to contain the power that is Magic Dan. Well, Magic Dan's brain itself is the internet. We're just existing because he thought of us.
Yeah, he's like the Godzilla of shamans.
Yeah. Jack's back. You missed it. We were talking
I was waiting for the kettle to boil, but I figured if I stand there and wait for the kettle to boil, it will take an eternity. So if I just come here and get on with it.
Watch pot never boils.
Are you drinking green tea again?
I was thinking I might change it up to a chamomile.
Oh, that's good for nighttime over there.
You know, I've been enjoying the fuck out of, like, cold green citrus tea.
Mm-hmm.
That shit is so good.
Yep. I'm with you.
It's funny, when I was in America, I had to keep asking for a hot drink at Starbucks, and they'd look at me in California on a hot day like it was insane.
I know.
They should have known from your accent.
The culture differences between America and the UK are pretty hilarious.
People go to Starbucks and want a fucking milkshake these days. It's fucking retarded.
I know. Terrible.
Oh, Omni has changed there from what I'm seeing.
I morphed into Auld Kendal, everyone.
You sure as hell did.
You ugly fuck. What happened to your face?
As retarded as you expected. I mean, a little retarded, right? Like, he's got that face, like, Urgh.
Yeah, you got that fucking protruding brow ridge there, right? It's kind of reversed.
Running down in elementary school. I could see it. It gives me
I expected a guy in his mid-50s. So, I mean, maybe introduce this guy.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, all the kids made fun of me, but you're not so cool now. I shot up to school, yeah.
Yeah. That's dark, Ron. That's really.
My name's Auld Kendal. Just kidding. Look at his face, though.
I'll take his picture down for a second. We'll get back to him in a
He's
little.
He's a hybrid Naga Serpent Borg, according to Jordan. He was a hybridized super soldier Naga Serpent.
What the fuck?
What kind of super soldier spends his entire life trolling mentally ill people on the internet? I mean, if you have superpowers, you're just gonna sit on your fucking computer and collect welfare all day? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
And isn't he fucking ginger? Like, no way is a super soldier gonna be ginger.
He's not ginger.
Is he not? I thought he had red hair. Okay.
No, all does not have red hair.
The multiple sort of bizarre creature mentality sounds dangerously otherkin to me.
Yeah, well, I don't think he believes it, though. He just says this to fuck with people.
I think he makes it up as he goes.
Yeah. Jack, he, like, pretty much tried to do the same thing to you that he did to Jordan Womble. So you know him pretty intimately. Why don't you just tell us about him, whatever you want to tell us about?
Well, Elora, and I'm going to say Elora, not Lizzie, but Elora, believed he was the reincarnation of Mordred from the Round Table times. So he makes an impression on people, put it that way. But
is he seriously that good of a manipulator because he looks stupid?
Listen, he goes for people who are currently suffering from severe mental illness. Like, we know Patrick goes for suicidal people. All probably goes for people who are extremely confused and in a very dark place. That's why they believe him, is because they're already on the edge by the time he gets to them. That's what I think.
He was actually banking on you being far more crazier than you actually are, Jack.
Yeah, I think so, too.
Well,
Jack, you had the balls to put up a parody video of his style of video. I mean,
I did. Yeah.
You were on to him to some extent, or you wouldn't have put up that video.
I was on to him in a kind of weird, fucked up way, looking back.
Well, can I ask a question? Because I remember from the video you describe yourself as like a dream walker, like you dream and put yourself in the astral plane.
I have extremely vivid dreams.
You were talking about his supercomputer, though. Is this something that you still kind of hold to be true in your head, or
the etheric dream computer?
Right.
Well, I was having lots of dreams with Auld, and then I had another dream with him, and he morphed into his like true form, which looked fucking evil, and I just give him a bit of hiding on the dream plane. And now he's not in my dreams anymore, so...
Jack, that's your subconscious giving you a really good signal.
Yeah, he was in your fucking head, like literally.
That's how they work.
Fucking in your psyche.
I mean, if he's constantly like making you distressed by the things that he's saying to you, it's going to trigger these emotions that are going to manifest in your dreams. I mean, he becomes symbolic to you, and that would be why you're dreaming about him.
Yeah, Auld is not causing anyone physically or literally with any of his spooky magic powers that he claims, or any of his gematria knowledge, or anything he claims he knows how to do. He is not doing anything spiritually to cause this. It's a psychological effect that his victims allow him to have on them.
And it's exactly the tactic that cults like Scientology and all the others use. Mm-hmm. Although they tend to target people a little bit younger, but it's like late teens, possibly early 20s.
Right.
By saying, here's an answer to the very understandable and universal discomfort that you're feeling. Here's everything you need to know, and here's a family for you when you feel insecure. But nowadays, that's being done increasingly online. Of course it is.
Well, here's the thing, though, about Auld, is that I don't think, from what I gather, Auld doesn't do the comfort angle at all. It's always straight-up distress that he is trying to get people to feel. So, you know, he doesn't even do the, I'll compliment you, then I'll criticize you, back and forth. It's just always with the trying to freak people out with him.
Yeah, he tends to just put a big spoon in the pot and stir it and antagonize people. So, I mean, is the read on the guy that he's a sadist, or is there something even more?
Well, yeah, he's definitely a sadist. But
well, Greg, you've been researching Jordan and his kind of angle with Auld Kendal. Like, what exactly would you suggest?
How can I say what this individual's motives are? But I would suspect, now that this is pure conjecture, my opinion, just from watching this whole damn thing from the beginning to the last video that Jordan made before he died, and then going and watching some of the other commenters that, you know, and looking into this weird situation. My thought, and I may be completely wrong, I'm just, this may be complete bullshit. My thought is that Auld had a jealousy for Jordan, because Jordan was pretty much admired and listened to and kind of looked on as a teacher, and Jordan even refers in some of his videos, you know, if you remember my teaching and all that, and he was this big, good-looking bodybuilder type of a guy and very charismatic, and I suspect that perhaps Josh Keegan recognized that, well, anybody would recognize, looking from a clear perspective, that Jordan had mental issues. But I believe a lot of it was just jealousy on Josh Keegan's part of Jordan Womble, and he went after him because he didn't like that Jordan was popular. That I may be completely wrong. That's just my thoughts from looking at it.
Hey guys, I hate to interrupt, but someone in the chat has posted some interesting information, and I just need us to get it out there before I forget. So it's Fiction Fighter. He says, licensed naturopathic physicians, this is in regard to Patrick, okay, everyone? Licensed naturopathic physicians must fulfill state-mandated continuing education requirements annually and will have a specific scope of practice defined by their state's laws. The states that currently have this law, and let me find down here. He posts the states. Let me find it.
Damn.
I'm sure Illinois is one. Oh, you know what? Does not say that Illinois is one. Why did you share it? You look like an asshole. Fuck you.
Another aspect of that may be relevant is that for unlicensed practitioners of supposed New Age healing, there is an expectation of legal liability in the event that their treatment causes harm or is likely to cause harm. And that's entirely consistent with medical practice, although within the scope of their own practice. So the advice that Patrick gives definitely falls within that scope.
Well, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to get that out before I forgot, and then I probably should have just not said a goddamn thing. But anyway.
Goddamn you, Magic Dan, and your suck accounts.
This time. It wasn't even Ron now.
We got trolled.
Yeah, we got trolled.
You know what I will say? We actually made it through the intro without you fucking.
Hey, you know what? Actually, guys, Alora's in California. So California state laws do apply for that. And so Patrick did break California state law, and he also broke federal law. So there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's definitely a federal law against giving medical advice without a license, and that's what he's basically.
You need a license for fucking everything in America.
Yeah.
You won't be able to take a shit without having a license soon.
Well, one thing I can say to America's credit, we don't have TV fucking licenses. So say what you want, we don't have TV license.
Yeah, you don't pay them anyway.
You also
yeah, right. We wouldn't pay it.
You also don't have the BBC.
Oh, I got big black cocks everywhere.
I've got the BBC.
I've had a few BBCs before. All right. Jack, I wanted to ask you. You talked to Auld, you talk to him very intimately. What kind of shit did he say to you regularly?
I mean,
actual conversation like.
He told me you guys were part of a covert order to normalize paedophilia in the minds of the masses.
In what way have we ever propagandized anything that would remotely lead someone to believe that that's true?
Yeah, I mean, show you're working on the back of an envelope, Auld. Come on. Give me one shred of evidence to back this up.
Fucking ridiculous.
Where do people even pull this shit from? Like, seriously.
Well, Auld is just testing to see if Jack will believe it. That's why he said it.
But with the whole thing with Vitaly dead and Patrick going they killed Vitaly, I only saw the first video I saw of Patrick was Vitaly is dead, with him crying saying he's dead, and the next thing I knew, someone had murdered him and scattered his body parts all over. So this whole time I'm rocking off information that clearly isn't knowledge.
Yeah, but it's so easy to believe that kind of stuff when you're in the right frame of mind and you're getting the right messages from people around you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
absolutely.
and I don't know anyone who hasn't.
So he's got two crazy people in both sides of his head telling him the same stupid thing. So, and not to mention, I always think, like, Jack, when you were living with Alora, you probably had to develop some kind of Stockholm syndrome where you have to start agreeing with her just to avoid fighting. And you may start even rationalizing why you agree with her and to be part of her delusions just as a self-defense mechanism.
Well, but it was the repetition that would get it through to the unconscious. That's because you hold up the gates of your mind, but when it's constant, it just inevitably it gets through, and then you're right. What basically everything you just said is pretty much on the money.
Right.
Yeah.
Of what I was experiencing on that end.
Dude, I've been through it. That's why I know. I think a lot of us have been through it.
We've all been through things like this.
And the and the temptation is when you really care for someone to buy into it, to support them, in the moment rather than potentially in the long-term sense. Do whatever you can.
Yeah, definitely. So.
Well, guys, we have Auld videos and shit to show. I have more pictures of Auld. Let me pull some up here. But, so, like, aside from just about us, what other kinds of stuff would Auld tell you about? I mean, it seemed like he was trying to drive your delusions, right? He wanted you to be delusional.
Let's go back chronologically, shall we?
Yeah, let's start wherever you want.
So, Jordan often would say, my alien TV show writer friend. And then he finally introduced his alien TV show writer friend. I think the video is called Tears of the Gutu. Or Queen Elizabeth.
We have that one, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Queen Elizabeth on the whole.
Traffickers. You see the impression he had on my mind? What did I say? Scientologists, human traffickers. Is that what I said?
Yes.
You see where I got that from now?
I do.
Yeah, and just as a small interjection, I also hear in Alora's more recent videos a lot of very similar phrasing to what Patrick says.
Yeah, I mean, he's feeding into her ear the same way that Jack had Auld and Alora talking into his head. Patrick is the one that's talking into Alora's head. I'm sure there's other people too, but...
and Patrick is buying into a lot of this Scientology stuff.
Oh yeah.
He's deleted them, but I actually heard him introduce the I think it may have been shaman tech, but he used the term tech, which I've never heard him use. Which is, I mean, that's just ubiquitous in Scientology. That's everywhere, and so he's definitely getting a lot of ideas from Scientology, which is disastrous for people with psychological illnesses, of course.
I can see it.
He definitely is, and he's put up. He actually hit up. I believe it's gone now, but he hit up a video from Citizens Commission on Human Rights, and that was just a straight mirror of that video, and that, of course, is Scientology. And
it's all available on the Doc Savage channel.
Very good, Doc. Thank you.
He can't hide anything anymore. Shaman Watch.
Can I
I hate to interrupt, guys, but I got a message here from somebody in the chat. Their name is Invisible Prophets. They messaged me on my channel here.
That's a Patrick fan.
Okay, they said, I have commented in the chat that we have been monitoring PJC, Eric, for a while now, and although you guys, the panel, have said a few things that were very incorrect in the past, I am willing to set the record straight. Things aren't always what they seem. And I just told them to message you on Google Plus if perhaps they may have something to say on here. I'm not sure, but
this person is a Patrick sycophant, so I already know what's going to happen if I invite this person on. But that's up to you guys. I mean, I want to talk about Auld, so
I'm bored with Patrick, to be honest, but I don't know what this person wants to say.
I'm not giving this person a chance because fuck this person. This person is an ardent Patrick defender. If you defend Patrick at this point, then you are essentially no better than a fucking Charles Manson supporter. Okay?
No,
so we're not gonna give airtime to a Patrick Coleman supporter at this point.
If Young Omni don't trust you, I'm gonna shoot.
Yeah. So let's get back to Auld. I really want to know what kind of stuff Auld said to you privately, Jack. What particular delusion you have?
I wouldn't talk to him. You know, I remember he made about 4 videos showing his face.
Yeah. I really want to know what's that? Oh, it's Echo. Sorry, go on, Jack.
Sorry, that was me.
The video he put out today is the 4th video I think he's ever put out showing his face, and he deleted all the other ones before. And he made a video, and he spoke about me in that video, and then he made another video called Jack. My channel name used to be Jack MC. Jack, capital MC, as in Master of Ceremony.
I've seen your fucking channel before then. You used to comment. Yeah, I've seen your comments way back then. I don't remember anything special. Okay. It's funny how things come full circle. Anyways.
So, the 4th video that he referred to me and hot retarded chicks in a video, and because he was obviously trying it with her as well. And then he put up this video called Jack MC-ology, and it was just noise. You couldn't hear anything. It was just white noise, and it was horrible.
He is expecting you to project your fear onto that and imagine that it's a black magic spell. That's what he wants you to do.
And then someone commented saying, someone commented is that candy bar a wand, that blackjack bar? You got a blackjack, it's a chocolate bar, and it freaked me out a bit, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what it's meant to do. You know, when someone reads magic words to you, it's out of the ordinary, so you're spooked by it automatically.
Yeah, attack on your
this is what Jordan went through. You know, same thing.
Well, guys, I want to show. Okay, so I know why Auld put this video out today. He put it out because he knew we were going to show his picture tonight, so he basically did it as a way to say, oh, look, I'm not afraid. Which is funny because I want him to show his face. I want him to let us all know who he is. I want us to all get a good visual identifier of who this person is. This is the guy who was feeding bullshit to Jordan Womble. This is the guy who Jordan Womble was constantly name-dropping. This is the guy who very well drove Jordan Womble to suicide. And as soon as Jordan Womble died, Auld went out. I keep calling him Auld, but his name is actually Josh Keegan. He went out of his way to try to erase any images of himself from the internet. So this person, so you know, his name's Josh Keegan, and he put this video up today. He thought he was being smart putting the video up, but actually he's doing exactly what I fucking want him to do. So thank you, Auld, and I know you will continue to do what I want you to do because you're a fucking dumbass. So
he told Jordan, right? I'll tell you the kind of stuff he told Jordan. He told Jordan that you got to go back to the JB Murdoch thing. JB Murdoch was the suicide, queen.
Right? JB Murdoch.
She was the queen of ascending reptilians, and Jordan was the king, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, apparently, basically, she was kidnapped by their Illuminati coven or whatever.
Uh-huh.
And basically ritualistically murdered. He told Jordan they were killing 10 children a day to like fuck with Jordan because he was the king and this royalty. They would sacrifice 10 kids a day in his name. Told Jordan that. He told him,
what?
God.
This isn't the weird part, Ron.
Yeah, this is the normal part.
Jordan thought he was a Dark Lord and he had like an extreme amount of power.
Well, I know he believed he was the one to fucking basically be Neo of the Matrix and fight the computer and save us, but...
Listen, I gotta interrupt.
This shit's new to me.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we don't know because, you know, we haven't been obsessed about this. But I just want to point out, I mean, I'm surprised to find out that there are people who are under Ald's spell who are out there who believe that he has powers. I want you to know, this is a motherfucking douchebag who collects welfare or disability, I don't know what, but he collects money from the government. They pay for him to live where he lives. He has no powers. He probably was picked on a lot in school, and he's getting his revenge now. I don't know what his story is, but he is a goddamn powerless loser. He can't enter your dreams. The only thing he can do is fuck with your head, okay? And if Auld Kendal is fucking with your head, you can contact any of us. Any of us will help you. Just, this guy has no fucking power, all right? I want you all to know that. He's just a lunatic who likes to fuck with mentally ill people. He has no remorse for the fact that a person is now dead thanks to his escalation. That's who he is, okay?
No, he has no remorse. He has made jokes about Jordan's death. He's delighted.
He loves it. He loves that he had enough power to get someone to end his own life.
He said that Jordan was going to have a...
You know, that's somebody's fucking son.
I'll tell you more.
Yeah.
He said Jordan was going to have a coronation with 5 spaceships, and they were all Naga serpents, and they were going to take him up, and that Jordan was going to get a DNA upgrade and basically get out of Satan's box and ascend back to heaven.
Jesus.
He's fucking with a very deranged person.
And then he pulled the rug under his mat and said, "Oh, Jordan, you're not getting the DNA upgrade now." Jordan rang me that day on Skype, and he was so manic. This was a few days before he killed himself. I spoke to him with a lawyer on Skype. He was so manic. He was saying, "I can't get the DNA upgrade. It's pointless. There's no point me being here now. There's absolutely nothing to live for." And I don't know where Jordan obviously had lots of sources of information. Probably like Elizabeth, hundreds of contacts. You know, this is what these... And, yeah, he said he was going to go in for these 5 Prometheus ships with 1,600 Nagar serpents and be taken for his coronation as the king of all ascending reptilians. That's the kind of stuff he'd tell him. And then he told him they were going to kill J.B. Murdoch. You know, he said, "We've got J.B. Murdoch," which I think was just like a joke picture or something. Maybe it wasn't.
He convinced Jordan that they had killed JB. Jordan believed it. Yeah, Jordan believed it.
Guys, I want to watch this video of Auld, but first I want to say to Auld, okay? Let's just make sure I'm focused here on Auld. Hey, Auld, what you are doing is illegal, okay? And there are legal repercussions for what you are guilty of doing.
And there's evidence everywhere.
Now you are showing your face because you are so sure that you will not get in trouble. Well, now you have made a misstep, my friend. You want to go ahead and show your ass? Authorities will be watching you. Your time is numbered. If you want to continue to fuck with the minds of people who are very mentally ill, you will pay for it, okay? You think you got away with what happened, but you did not get away with it, and you will pay for it. And you will go to jail where you fucking deserve to be. All right, Auld? That's what I want to say to you.
The internet's never gonna forget, and that was somebody's fucking son. That was somebody's friend. And you seriously just destroyed this dude's fucking thought processes with your bullshit. And nobody's gonna forget this.
And in fairness, he was one of the people, and he was probably the worst influence.
True.
But there were a ton of people. From Jay Essex, you see him mentioned continuously by Jordan. Teal Swan even comes into it at one
13th
point.
Son.
All of these they're all in the same circle. It's just bizarre.
Yes, but I will say that Auld seemed to have the most negative effect on him, and I believe that was, again, this is a guess. I believe that was what finally pushed Jordan over the edge.
Let me tell you something else. Liz believed that J.B. Murdoch didn't exist and Jordan was being stupid and it was all a big ruse to fuck with him. Even
That's
Laura,
actually my thought too, to be honest.
That's what she thought, and there are stacks and stacks of conversations that Lizzie has had with Jordan still on her Skype, and Jordan would always, and even when I talked to Jordan, he'd post blocks of conversation between him and Auld. So, you know, there's shit like he's going, you know, he's like, tell me you want her dead, just give me the order and we'll kill her. And he's like, no, Jordan's like, no, leave her alone, let her go. And he's like, I know you want to punish her, just give me the word and we'll do it. And like, Jordan would be like,
man.
And Jordan would be like, you're not going to get away with this. And he'd like ask him questions and Auld would be like, no comment. He'd act, you'd think, it's crazy, man. It's fucked up.
Yeah, and
it's fucking disturbed to put somebody through this shit.
I mean, the hit I'm getting is nihilistic irresponsibility, and there is a special revulsion, that I retain only for people who willingly and knowingly prey on the most vulnerable people in society. That's like robbing a grandmother, ripping up a kid.
Absolutely.
He will pay for his crimes, okay? But let's let him talk. This video came out today, okay? There's a very strong likelihood that he put this video out because I announced that we were going to show his face. So let's just see what this psychopath has to say to us all, okay?
Nice
Here we go.
Cut, you douchebag.
Yeah, nice haircut, bitch. All right, let's continue. Here we go. Okay, I think I'm playing. It must be Auld. He's fucking with us. Oh, okay, I don't know what that is. Let's try again. Let's try again. God damn it, Magic Dan, you son of a bitch.
Isn't it funny, though, how his face just inspired all these minutes of derision?
Yeah, just his face alone.
We haven't even played the video a second yet.
You know, that's our serious conversations safety valve. We have to go into comedy for a while to alleviate the darkness.
Yeah.
Omni, you keep sharing subliminal flashes of his face. It's not doing me any favours.
Gonna need darker sunglasses again.
Yes?
He doesn't want to talk.
Yes. Dude.
Perhaps this is a good thing. Maybe this is his etheric dream computer fucking up your video.
Me?
Yeah.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, you.
Go
or
fuck
maybe
yourself,
you're ruining everything.
You're ruining the show. I'm trying to play this video and you're ruining everything.
Try just playing it off of his channel.
Or try actually not fucking it up.
You're like an old married couple.
They are. They bicker.
What's the number of God?
Can you see him? Can you guys see him?
Yes.
Listen to his annoying voice.
Most High God. God. Well, we take every word of Genesis, the New Testament, the Book of Revelations. We break that down into its gematria equivalent. Then divide it by 3. Okay?
Sure. Sounds legit.
When you've got those digits, when you've broken it to its gematria, you get back to me. Okay?
All right.
Bye-bye.
His mother should have swallowed him or wiped him off of the toilet seat first.
He's just a very inbred British person. So there you go.
I think that what happened was like she went to a very dirty hotel. She accidentally sat on the bed naked and absorbed this man and gave birth to him. I mean, this is a pure accident of God right here.
No, it's a mistake.
The thing is, right, you could easily program a computer with a gematria data table, copy the text of those things. It would be hard to work that out in a program, but he's been talking a lot with Ra Christ, and I was
my God, that person's been attacking me lately in the comments. I wonder if Auld sicked him on me.
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah. And just an observation. Auld, and this is the first time I've seen him, resonates with me in the same way as Jock's Luxor does, although less eloquent, but the same complete absence of substance in anything they say.
Well,
he's a greasy fucking mongoloid, just like Joshua is. It's funny how they're both named Josh.
There's a bit of, I know the number of God, you don't, so I'm on this high plane, and you guys are there at my feet. So come back to me when you've worked out the big secret of the universe like I have. Until then, fuck you. That's what he's saying.
He's trying to impress with his intellect that he doesn't have.
Well, he's in a fucking council house regardless, and he's fucking leeching off of the government, and he's acting like an asshole on the internet and fucking with mentally ill people. Fuck your special God password, dude.
This is the guy who's telling everyone he has magic powers. He's a fucking douche. He sounds like a douche. He looks like a douche. He has
only a douche has that haircut.
Yeah, psychic vampires, we also give queer eye for the straight guy advice.
Absolutely.
That's what Lizzie said.
Yeah.
Lizzie believes Lizzie thinks he's gay, and he just can't handle the fact he's gay. He's a closet queen.
Jordan talked about that.
Maybe he wants some wieners in his mouth.
Omni, don't we have video of Jordan talking about?
Yeah, we have a lot of video here that we need to get to. Let me find the video here, but yeah, I just want to say, like, this is Auld, okay? Everyone, you now know what Auld looks and sounds like. I hope that this video is mirrored, because surely Auld will take it down once he begins to feel the heat. So Auld, it's too late to take it down. It's now part of the record about you, okay? It exists now, and there's no going back.
What you need to look at is all the shit he told Jordan. I mean, I can go through a transcript here, but I was just plucking things from the air, you know. And the worst thing was, I said to Jordan, you've got to stop fucking talking to Auld Kendal.
Right.
And I was like, Jordan had a bit of Stockholm about him. He was like, no, he's my friend, even though he accused him of being a serial killer.
Yeah.
Jack. If this is an area that you can't go into, then fantastic. Just say so. But do you know if Jordan's family is aware of the extent of this and what was going on? Do you think they know anything that we're discussing here this evening, or is his family aware of it? Okay.
I can't answer that question, because I know that Emily, Jordan's girlfriend, when Jordan killed himself, she went on a mission and she was in contact heavily with Jordan's parents. So I'm sure she may know, but she doesn't really. She just. I don't know. So, but what it is, what you've got, what's really going to be the grave in this guy's, the final nail in the coffin, is all the shit Jordan has sent Elizabeth, which is on Elizabeth's Skype chat, on her computer, sitting there in California, where Auld can't get to because he's banned from traveling abroad. So
I didn't even know that. That's crazy.
Jordan said he was banned from 52 countries and on house arrest.
It would not shock me.
Yeah.
I don't know about that, because that's something that Auld may just have told Jordan that to try and impress him or whatever. So.
Well, Laura was being preyed on by both Auld and Patrick, so, you know, she's also got two fucking crazy motherfuckers.
Yes, and more than that.
Oh, but we know that he uses sock accounts as well, so he could have been messing with her from any number of the people she was talking to.
You're exactly right.
I've never seen anyone hate someone with such a passion as Elizabeth hates Joshua. Joshua couldn't even Skype with her. He was just, it was too, because she was just manic. I fucking hate you. Yeah, she really had it in for him big time, because I think she unconsciously knows that he had a huge role to play in, you know.
Well, hey, dude, Auld outsmarted her, though, because Auld is feeding intel to Patrick, and then Patrick is giving orders to Allura. So, you know, Ald's at the top of this food chain as far as I'm concerned. I know.
We don't know that for sure. Now, don't say that. But we know that Auld certainly makes public comments on Patrick's channel, although those are deleted right now, but there are screen captures of those. And we know that Patrick has in fact even mentioned Auld Kendal by name in one of the videos. And believe it or not, Patrick had enough sense in that video to say, I don't know about this Auld Kendal.
Yeah, but he later said that he checked him out and he trusts him, which I'm like, how can you check out the name Auld Kendal?
I missed it. I missed that.
But either way, the thing here is, regarding Patrick and Auld, Patrick was posting videos on Instagram, photos on Instagram like a week or two ago, from an email from Vitaly saying, I am still alive. Don't believe what they tell you. I'm not saying that's definitely Auld, but I'm telling you, that fits his fucking MO. That's exactly.
Who else would be sick enough to do something like this other than him?
Yeah. So, you know, to reiterate, there are clearly an established associations between all of these people. And the overall theme is doing harm to the most vulnerable for your own narcissistic or other gain, be it financial or in terms of power.
Oh, he enjoys it. He enjoys it.
Yeah, he gets off on it. He likes it. He likes
the
power.
It's psychic vampirism 101.
It's the only way he feels power, and that's why he does it. But either way, let's listen to Jordan talk about Auld, because the only person who can really tell us what was fucking happening is Jordan. So why don't we just listen to Jordan's own words?
I want you to meet my cyborg friend, Auld Kendal. As soon as Auld Kendal said, I like the Queen, referring to J.B. Murdoch.
Okay, I'm putting on the wrong one. There's another one where it shows Auld, right? Let me
look, that one.
Look around the 3 minutes.
Try this.
The guy that claimed like.
I got it. This is what he shows, everyone. Let me find it here. Sorry, guys. I have
it. Voodoo on you again, Omni.
You should have notes for it in your Skype if you can find them.
Man, that son of a bitch. Okay,
I think that was the video.
Fuck everything up on me.
It was, but it cut out the.
All right.
Okay, I got it. Here we go. He's gonna show all. This is it. This is the right video.
This video might get me in trouble, but that's like all my videos. I want you to meet my cyborg friend, Auld Kendal.
In case you can't tell, the hair looks different, but that's definitely the same guy from the video we just watched. That's definitely Josh Keegan, okay, everyone?
That's a cyborg. That is the kind like Taylor Swift.
No, not really.
What?
The reason why I'm bringing him up is because this ties in with so many things. I hope I don't forget to mention them all. This is also like a lecture and a edification for J.B. Murdoch. Auld Kendal, the cyborg I just showed you, said that I pattern Triple H where I marry the boss's daughter, Melanie.
They're talking about wrestling, in case you don't know. It's WWE.
Yeah, Jordan did that all the time. He was into that.
He's very much a Triple H.
I don't know what he's doing here.
Almost, or
What he's
Bret Hart
actually
even.
doing. Listen, what he's saying. Triple H married Stephanie McMahon. He was basically saying, "I'm going to marry the daughter of the head of the Illuminati, and her name is Melanie." He's just using the Triple H Stephanie McMahon as a example of that.
That's exactly right.
Okay. All right, let's continue.
And yes, I've decided to give her a chance. I just gotta let her have her time to grow as a person and a human being. So anyway, Auld Kendal told me that I'm like Triple H in the sense that no one would like me, but everyone would respect me.
I like Triple H.
That translates into no jinn would like me, but all the jinn would respect me.
I'm a jinn and I liked him.
So the other day...
Wait. I just had an epitome. It's degeneration X, not degeneration, but degeneration X.
Ron, you had an epitome?
An epiphany?
An epitome.
Mm-hmm.
You ruined the show! It didn't
Degeneration X!
It took
Bam.
less than 2 hours, Ron ruins the whole show.
Come on, at least I know how to click play on a video and have it play. So
He gotcha.
Let's not go there.
Shut your mouth!
Mr. Mac user.
Says, Jordan, I like the Queen, referring to J.B. Murdoch, the Queen of all ascending reptilians. I myself am the King of all ascending reptilians.
Keep in mind, Auld doesn't believe a goddamn word of any of this shit that he's telling Jordan.
So Auld Kendal says, Jordan, I like the Queen. And what he was referring to was a comment that J.B. Murdoch made that said something to the effect of, well, you know, I think the jinn are, in general, better than humans. And as soon as Auld Kendal said, I like the Queen, referring to J.B. Murdoch, I knew exactly what he meant. He meant that as an insult to her. Auld Kendal, you have to understand, he's just like Fred in the sense that he will never make fun of you. He will never say, like, you're stupid, or you're retarded, or you're dumb as fuck, or he will never...
That's not true. He's insulted me and called me a fucking prick before when I've come in violently at him on Skype, so that's not actually true.
Yeah, and this young man, and it's the first time that I'm really getting into his story, is not making any kind of coherent narrative in what he's saying. He sounds completely unhinged.
And he's probably suffering from Stockholm Syndrome as well.
Yeah.
You have to watch hundreds of videos for this to even approach making
like a
sense.
long series.
You do. That's exactly what it's like. You start at the very beginning, basically the one where on the Waiting, Watching, Hurting channel, where it starts getting going when it's the video of Jordan taking the bath, and that's where the story really takes off, and it is very much like watching a demented soap opera as it moves along.
Well, I'll certainly put that in as something well worth looking at, but quite honestly...
Trust me, Ian, this story could be a...
It's consuming.
It would be a psychiatrist's dream. Well, not a psychiatrist, but
just know that it's going to be very, very time consuming and possibly emotionally and mentally consuming.
It is. That
just to digest all of this. It's nuts.
Well, I've just kind of come to grips with Vitali's story, so I'll make a commitment to certainly look at Jordan's story as well, but I can't do that right now.
No, you don't want to, trust me.
It's too dark a territory for me to go in.
It is.
Just to reiterate to the audience that, to the best of my understanding, Jordan took his own life, as well as Vitali doing the same, and the connections between the people who influenced them seem palpable.
Mm-hmm.
So guys, Greg actually made a supercut of the best moments from this. So we're going to watch that instead of watching the whole video through. Is that what this is, Greg? Just the best kind of moments?
Oh, it's just a montage.
Start that up maybe around the 3-minute mark, because I believe it begins with some of the things you've already played here on this video.
Okay, so here we go. We're going to start here, okay, guys?
There you go. There you go.
Let's continue.
At all, there you are. This is the guy that claims that I did something to him in his past life, the last one we had. He said that he was a slave owner in the South, and this is a cyborg, this is the one without the belly button, this is a nega, and I actually like the guy, but he doesn't like me, but he's actually a weird fellow because he respects me, but he hates me, but he's attracted to me sexually. According to the comments he's left, he calls me El Paso, which is hot sauce. So he wants me to go to jail, but he respects me, and he likes me sexually. See, this is what you call ascended right here, when you can respect someone, be sexually attracted to someone, but want them to go to jail all at the same time.
It's actually just called throwing all your shit at the wall to see what sticks.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly.
Elizabeth honestly believed that he'd sit there, watch my videos, watch Jordan's videos, and jack off while he was doing it. She was convinced of it.
I would not put it past the motherfucker.
Look. I would totally agree with you, dude. I don't. That's
Lizzie. You got to agree. That's Lizzie. See,
I don't doubt it, because
that's her.
There's something weird about calling a man El Paso.
Yeah.
Just saying. That's weird. He seems like a weird guy that would do something like that. He gets off to whatever he's doing.
Yeah, of course he's fucking weird.
El Paso.
What's that, Doc?
El Paso.
Yeah, he was calling Jordan El Paso? Like, seriously? That just adds a whole nother element of fucking crazy to this.
It's a Tabasco sauce here, Doc.
Yeah. For anyone listening, never use Tabasco sauce in the context of sex.
And it's like, it's a thick sauce, too. Like, there's tomato chunks in this bitch, I think, and, like, peppers. Like, this is creepy now.
I'm just saying that's not a thing.
You don't just try it once and then maybe you like it, okay? All right, let's continue. Greg, you've tried it, right?
Well, I've only used the Tabasco itself and not the actual El Paso type. I've not tried that.
Okay, well, similar feeling. All right, let's continue. Let's let Jordan speak.
This is an ascended mind. Yeah, I couldn't be any worse right now. This is beyond a low point in my life. I still don't understand how they can leave Murdoch behind. I know Auld Kendal said she was entangled to me, but I would feel better if they could just at least take her. And to make it all worse, him waving goodbye to us. I can see him laughing. Look at his face. Look at his face.
I can see him killing someone with that expression on his face.
Oh, you know, it's funny. I just stopped it at 433. I do that a lot. I do that so much where I stop something at 33, 22, 55, 44.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You just
Do you know what, Ian? I tell you what it is. You actually can develop, and I've experienced this. You develop a self-fulfilling prophecy, and you're like, why is it whenever I get my phone out, it's 33 past? And it's like when you go and when you're looking for a pink car, if you consciously try and spot a pink car or a yellow car, you suddenly start seeing them everywhere. It's just you put your mind to that focal point, and it manifest. That it's just a weird thing of the subconscious, basically. Like I have experienced that, to be honest, Ian. So
I think anyone who pays attention will do. And
Jordan was doing that as well. He was big on his what do they call them, master numbers and angel numbers and all that stuff.
Yeah. And I've never heard it described quite so effectively as what you just did.
Yeah, you're hitting it out of the ballpark, Jack. You really are.
Yeah. Well, let's continue.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking impressive.
We're gonna have to wrap up.
Not too many people can word that.
Yeah, I mean, well, you have to have been there to understand it too.
Exactly.
But we want to wrap up this thing about all this probably getting a little boring. That we're gonna take a short break. So, Greg, do you mind if we upload this mega mix or whatever separately?
You do whatever you want with it, and the entire saga, if you want to call it that, is right there on the Farmer Gootu channel. It's GOOTU is the last word.
Yeah.
And anybody can watch the whole thing because obviously there's a context to all of this that can't be presented in something like this. But it just gives you a little taste of what the man was going through,
right.
and it gets pretty heartbreaking at the end of it because you see the pain that he was going through, and he expresses it in some of these clips that are in this video.
Well, this is the last video he made, right?
No, not at all. Not at all. This
Demons with Blue Eyes was his last one.
The blue eyes is the last one.
Okay, is that one on here?
No, not at all.
Okay. Is there any particular one that you want us to watch at any particular point before we move along?
I mean,
go ahead, Jack.
I think everyone. Well, I guess you've got a lot of subscribers that aren't familiar with Jordan, so maybe I just wanted to add one more point about Auld Kendal, about how he fucked with my mind, and I mentioned this last time on the show. He went out of his way to trace who I was and find my address and look it up on Google Earth, find something particular that he could question me on, which was the red Fiesta on the drive, and he looked it up,
That's to show that he has. It's an asymmetrical knowledge. Like he knows more than you. He can. Once you know that he knows this, what else does this man know?
Yeah,
he
wants me to be afraid, and to be honest. The reason I'm on this show just showing how I'm completely void of any fear of this fucker. And
yeah, Jack's not pussy, guys. Jack is not a pussy.
And
Auld Kendal, you're a pussy.
I don't even need magic to protect myself from him. I got God.
Hey, I've asked Auld. Hey, Auld, if you ever want to come on, we can have a one-on-one discussion, and you can fucking explain yourself. But he won't do it because he's afraid. He's used to using pawns to do his dirty work for him. When he has to speak for himself to someone who he cannot manipulate, he's fucking terrified.
No, he goes and hides.
Oh, he also told me that Kay, literally, this is what made me block him. This was the last info I got from him when I was like, I'm done, blocked. After the Brett Bernhoff affair,
yes.
He told me that Carlos and Kay had gone to Brett's house and murdered him, and that Kay literally gutted him with a knife. And now he's a clone.
He deleted his channel.
Oh my god.
Kill the clone too. I don't know.
That was what I was like. No, I'm done. And he sends me messages saying, "Oh, Jack, you're sorely missed." And I'm like, "Well, I bet I am. Fuck off."
He needs somebody who he can manipulate. That's how he fucking lives his life. That's from day to day. If he goes one day without somebody whose mind he can't fuck with, that's a bad day for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And Emmy, Jordan's, he was fucking with her big time.
Yeah.
And like Emmy's, you know, I don't want to like talk too much about her, but I had to say, me and Elizabeth kept saying to Emmy, stop fucking talking to him, block his motherfucking ass, and she finally has.
Yeah.
So
I've been talking to her a little bit too. Well, guys, are there any final thoughts on Auld Kendal before we take a break and then move on to the next segment? And by
He's
the
a
way,
piece of shit. I'm done.
Oh, that's all you have to say?
He's a piece of shit.
Yeah, he is.
That's it. Piece of shit.
Anybody else got any final thoughts on Auld?
I do.
Yes.
Auld has no supernatural power whatsoever.
Nope.
Auld has a very clever wit. Auld knows which buttons to push, and he is successful at manipulating people. But that's all it is. And as soon as you wake up and realize that he has no real power of any sort other than being a little pussy-ass troll, more or less, and being very good at it, then you have nothing to fear from him. And all of us can expect the usual barrage of shit comments saying, look at this bunch of pedophiles and cannibals and witches and all of the shit that he likes to pull and that no one in their right mind believes. And you block him and say, fuck you, Auld.
Yeah. In closing, my attitude towards that is make any accusation you want, but be sure to back it up with some degree of evidence, or I'm going to call you on every piece of bullshit you throw in my direction. And you have no power.
And there is evidence of him all over.
Sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. You go, Jack.
The answer is, Father, forgive him, for he does not know what he does. But this is the thing, right? This is what I said to Omni earlier. You can't play the mental illness card to get away with heinous acts. Right. You can't go, you murdered 5 people, but oh, it's okay, you're mentally ill, you came off your medication.
Yep,
you know?
Exactly. They're a threat, that's the point. Regardless of their suffering or whatever, if they're threatening other people with their behaviors, then it needs to be taken care of. So,
that's right. And to be very clear on that, most people who have mental illness recover fully and do very well. And very few, a tiny fraction of those people hurt other people. They have there's an increased number of suicides, sadly. But mentally ill people who are successfully treated are a threat to no one, no more so than anyone else.
Well, guys, we are going to take a break and then move on. Jack and Greg, you're welcome to stay or you can go. It's up to you guys. I'm going to have another guest on. Next, we're going to cover Carrie.
Sorry, is it you? Have you got Draco Slayer coming on?
No, I was going to say it's Carrie Cassidy. It's not Carrie Cassidy. It's a friend of the show. But she'll be on.
Goddamn show.
But yeah, so Carrie Cassidy, Project Camelot is next. Carrie Cassidy's saying something terrible is going to happen by August 30th, and we all got to watch her make a fucking herself. So it's going to be fun. All right? Are you guys going to stick around or go?
Why not?
I'm fucking here, bro.
I'll stick around and offer an occasional comment if I have anything intelligent to say, which is doubtful. But I'll stick around here and just hang out.
It's a great self. So okay, guys, time for a break. We'll be back shortly. Okay. Enjoy this ancient video.
Time to go snort our own piss.
I got to piss like a racehorse.
What'd you say, Ron?
I said it's time to go snort our own piss. Clear the sinuses, if you will.
son of a bitch. Welcome back, my children, to Magic Kool-Aid, and you're probably wondering who's next. Well, the answer is Mr. Bob Larson, a.k.a. the real exorcist of YouTube. This segment on his channel is called Ask the Exorcist. Are demons sexually attracted to humans? Now, those of you who are familiar with Pope Abawa, my pet demon who sodomizes my enemies, you'll already know that, yes, demons are sexually attracted to humans. Bob might have some things to add. Let's take a look at his channel. Bob Larson confronts a Civil War curse of murder. Okay, yeah, he breaks a curse. Ask the Exorcist. Isn't exorcism all a big lie of demons to distract? That must be interesting. Here he confronts the voodoo spirit of Shango. I'm sure that's real. Exorcist Bob Jezebel and exposes the demon. Faces 5 generations of demon. Blah, 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 fucking blah. This guy just constantly exorcising demons. I feel so bad for these people who've been wrapped up in this crap who actually believe that he has spiritual powers. So that's why we're going to watch it. Bob, you need some love and tolerance. I'm going to give it to you. Before we do that, let's take a look at your comments. Oh, you don't have any. How does a guy who has 19,857 subscribers, 1,734 views, and 28 ratings not have comments on this video? Not one single comment in all the 1,734 views? Not one single comment from any of your nearly 20,000 subscribers? And how is it that out of so many subscribers you only have 28 ratings? Could it possibly be that you're using a service such as like or some kind of social media exchange to inflate your numbers, Bob? Could that be what's going on here? We'll just ignore that patheticness for now. We'll watch your video. Ask the Exorcist who inflates his numbers on YouTube.
An anonymous individual from far away.
You heavily remind me of 30 Eagle Books. I just want to get that out of the way.
In the country, not the state, of Georgia, the city of Tbilisi, has this question. Do demons have a sense of beauty? Can they be sexually attracted to humans?
You're about to find out, Bob. Pope Abawa, I think you know what to do, buddy.
Very interesting question.
And actually,
Demons
Azazel, you can get on top of this too.
They dwell in darkness. There are no boundaries to their evil. They're beyond the comprehension of any human being concerning the depth of depravity.
Okay, the demons are beyond the comprehension of any human being concerning their depths of depravity. So why not ask this guy about them? Because he's clearly not a human being, and he does understand the depths of demonic depravity, hence his being an exorcist. That's one of
Bob,
my could it be that you yourself are possessed by a demon? Could it be?
Having said that, can they recognize beauty? Of course they can.
Yeah.
They can see the creation of God and the beauty of His world and His...
Wouldn't a demon believe that ugliness is beautiful and that beauty is ugly? I mean, I'm not exactly the demon whisperer, but if I was a demon, I'm pretty sure that's the way I would choose to go.
Universe, just as human beings can. They just don't want anything to do with it. They want to destroy it. They want to defile it, but they recognize the beauty of it.
Right.
That's one of the reasons I believe we see the arts so often corrupted.
Yeah. The arts would be less corrupt if they were just statues of Jesus Christ suffering on the cross and bleeding out his life. That would be not corrupt. If we just saw that everywhere, we would all be much better as a society. It's not demonic to use this as your image for salvation and beauty at all. In fact, the image of a suffering, tortured man bleeding to death while his hands and feet are nailed through planks of wood is so beautiful, Bob. It makes me tear up inside just when I think of how beautiful that is. It's definitely not a corruption at all. It doesn't seem like demons would put forth this idea of suffering as beautiful. Only a real Christian whose heart is full of light and good would claim that this is a beautiful image.
True artistic expression represents the beauty of what
Did
God
you just put
has
your
created.
phone number? Whoa.
The order,
That's his phone
the
number,
meaning,
guys.
the love that is expressed through it. And it's why in art you often see depravity as part of the process.
You know, art is about reflecting human life, okay? In human life, there is depravity, there is suffering, there is torture, and ignoring those things and pretending they do not exist in no way makes them go away, Bob. You have to actually acknowledge that they exist. You have to put people's eyes upon them and say, look at what we're allowing to happen. That's the purpose of showing depravity in art, okay? Yes, there are people who, they just love depravity, and it turns them on for whatever reason. You know, people who think that the Bible is perhaps the true, legitimate, literal Word of God. I would say they're very depraved considering some of the things that God tells people to do in the Bible, but that's all neither here nor there. You see depravity in art because art is based on real life, okay? That's why you see it. And all you want to do is sweep it under the rug. You can only show the scenes of depravity that are approved by people in the church, such as yourself, the scenes of suffering that I mentioned with Jesus Christ. You don't think the movie The Passion of the Christ was a depraved, sinful showing of depravity? Because it's pretty gross. But I bet people like you think that it's necessary to show that horror to everyone.
Now, it's the same whether it's a painting, a sculpture, a musical performance. So demons recognize the beauty, they just want to make it lack it in beauty. They want to make it dark.
Why?
The other half of the question is rather interesting. Are demons sexual?
Why do demons want to make everything dark, Bob? Why? They're just like trolling God? I don't understand why a demon would give two shits about what a human chooses to do. You understand that humans are responsible for their own actions, right? I mean, you probably don't understand that. You're one of these people that tells everyone, you're not responsible for your own actions, demons are. And if you give me some money and attention, and if you pretend that I'm an exorcist, I can help you to pretend that your own self-destructive instincts have disappeared. Self-destruction is a part of the human DNA. We all self-destruct. It's not demonic forces, okay? And if you continue to tell people that outside influences are responsible for their caving into their own dark desires, people are never going to defeat those things. They're just going to bury them and suppress them and keep taking this placebo of a false god that you and people like you are pushing down the throats of everyone here on the planet Earth. You're not helping people. It's the same as these fake shamans like Patrick John Coleman. All you're doing is you're taking people who are prone to mental illness, paranoia, who have low self-esteem, and you're saying, if you just put your faith in me, I can feed you enough bullshit to where you forget how fucking low you are and how disturbed. It's not right, Bob. If you really want to help people, you need to tell them the truth. Their problems are a result of their own psychological patterns that they continuously feed. Telling you that you can save them, that you've cleared the demons from their head, is in fact just an evolution of the same pattern that makes them Bob.
Wise. Are they interested in the sexuality of human beings?
Hey,
my book, Jezebel, Defeating Your Number One Enemy, has...
Who's not? Howdy do.
Are you talking to me?
I'm talking to everybody.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm here.
Well, let us all chat until the rest return.
How's this going?
I was just having great fun talking about how C-Dubs wears a ball gag in the chat. How his cat deep throats his finger and he puts catnip on his wiener and shit.
Oh.
Yeah, CW was trying to say that he's me and I'm him, and I had to explain, no, you have a dick, I have a vagina, there's a difference there.
Great lesson.
So CW's in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
Lisa, what were you talking about this Aurora? What the hell's that about?
No, she doesn't know anything about that.
Well, I live in Aurora, Colorado.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome. Do you get like legal weed there?
Yes. Well, it is. Well, it depends. There are some. They've made it kind of weird. The really nice areas you have to get it for medicinal purposes, but most of the state you can just get it anywhere. It's nice out here.
Yeah. Hey, I lived in Seattle. I had a medical card. It was pretty cool.
We're not on live right now, are we?
Yes, we is.
Yes, we are, Greg.
Well, holy shit. I told you I should have left. I told you I wouldn't have nothing intelligent to say.
No, don't leave.
We love you, Greg.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was polluting the atmosphere around here like this.
You son of a bitch! You're a huge racist, are you, Greg?
You
ruined the show, Greg.
I know. I know.
You ruined everything.
I'm glad I didn't decide to masturbate in an impromptu way there.
Lord.
Not a friend of the show. Not a friend.
I didn't know we were on the.
I was beating off the whole time that video was playing, everybody. So you know.
Weren't we all beating off the entire time like hands-free?
Yeah. Well, me and Ron actually, you don't know, but we actually live right next door to each other, and on breaks we go and we turn each other off.
I'm like masturbating with my inner thighs right now, and nobody could see it.
Yeah. Well.
Hands-free masturbation is what you get taught in the Psychic Vampire Temple.
Omni, I saw that.
Shut up! Shut your mouth!
Fucking saw. Hey, I live in Colorado, man. I saw it.
You better put away that glass dick.
Hey, it was tobacco. It was tobacco. Okay.
Sure.
Glass dick smoking motherfucking basehead.
Shut up, Ron! Hate you all.
Do you want me to make you feel better?
Yeah. So, Lisa, how's
Alright,
it going?
let's meet up in the woods afterwards.
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm good. Now that all the serious stuff is out of the way, I can get wasted.
Show everybody your communist vodka, you fucking commie.
Yeah, communist vodka. I'm supporting the communist empire. Hail Putin! Hail Putin! Hail Putin!
I really want a Trotsky. My God.
I have a communist calling card.
I'm sipping Heineken. I'm going
You
easy tonight.
trash! You white trash!
I know, right? Sleeveless T-shirt. Hello, do you see who's on this shirt?
Oh man!
By the way, you guys, I'm picking his nose right now and also rubbing my nipple. But if you want to purchase one of these shirts satirically in the satirically non-existent Psychic Vampires podcast show store, we just might have one there. But I think he's got a little booger there, though. You want to pick that for me, somebody? Somebody come pick that for me.
Ron, you need to make a shirt, one of the shirts where Patrick has his face in a man's ass.
Easier done than said.
Do you all want to see my shirt?
Yes.
Look at this. Can you see that?
Wait, oh my god!
Awesome.
Greg is the biggest fucking fan of all time.
Dude, that looks like Little B. Is that Little B, the bass god?
Omni, why don't you have T-shirts? Do you know how
what? I decided I will make T-shirts because we're gonna make T-shirts.
Designed right here, ready to go.
You'll be on CNBC soon, Omni.
What's that?
You'll be on CNBC or ABC soon, or Fox, the Omni Era live chat show.
I want to be on HBO. What were you saying, Doc?
Is HBO what you're targeting?
Yes, HBO is my target.
You're gonna be like Jordan soon. Give me my give me a show.
Doc, what were you saying about T-shirts?
Yeah, all I was saying is all of the best and worst will be on T-shirts, including friend of the show, Shaman Watch, Ron, you ruin everything.
What
the Captain Blindfinger.
You can't. You can't bring this shit up without mentioning Addison's editions, the fuck off CW shirts and the hoodies. Keep calm and tell CW to fuck off.
Should we do a fuck off CW shirt? CW, what do you think? Would you like to see like a random person in public walking around and they have a shirt that says "fuck off CW"?
By the way, Addison, I'm disappointed you're not in the fucking chat. You're probably off playing Battlefield on your fucking shitbox 360. You fucking loser.
Yeah, he's either doing that or being a new father and not getting any sleep.
No, he's playing Xbox.
Yeah,
Battlefield 1 just came out.
He's probably dealing with his baby. Oh my god, guys, my dogs have to go take a piss. Do you think you can smack the ball around and then we'll get to Carrie Cassidy?
I suppose we could.
Don't disappoint me because I'm listening.
You know, Greg really needs some auto harp.
You are absolutely. Oh my God, you're making my dreams come true there, Ron.
You better fucking whip out that dick, Greg. It's coming.
Show your dick, Greg.
I'm stroking it.
Wait, do not show your dick because that'll be in big trouble.
I got Necco wafers.
This song is just for you, Greg.
Something?
Thank you, Ron.
I just have to make an announcement to you guys.
Yes,
and
Jack.
Now I've had a chance to sit down with a bunch of people and explain my feelings on the Jordan Womble and Auld Kendal thing from my angle and talk about what I've gone through with Liz to people with an actual sane perspective who won't send me the other way with the information but just won't tell me, you know, I feel $1 million basically getting all this shit off my chest just now. It's, I don't know, it's just like a huge weight that I've, you know, all this information I've been bottling up inside. It has to come out, obviously, and tonight's.
Man, we are happy to be here for you, dude.
I thank you all for that. Like, honestly, I do.
And don't think that this just exists within the show. Like, if you want to talk to any of us afterwards, I'm sure I don't speak for everybody, but I mean, just, dude, holler at us.
Ron, you do speak for everyone. You speak for all of us, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Jack, I came in here late. I'm new. I'm Lisa. So I came in here right after the break. But I just wanted to say I was listening through the beginning, and you're awesome. We're all here for you. So I hope you do feel good, because that had to have been a lot of stuff you've gone through.
Yeah, it's all happened.
And hang around with us anytime, Jack. You know, welcome to the family here.
Yeah. I mean, this has been going on for like 6 years, and now the whole picture, the whole actual sane picture of what was really going on is coming into view for me, and it's just a huge weight off my mind. And you know,
you learn a lot.
And you know what? If fucking evidence comes to light on Auld, then Jordan's death won't be in fucking vain.
No, it won't be. I won't fucking
Absolutely. Thank you for saying that.
It won't be in vain. You know, these people are going to get justice. It's going to happen, okay?
Just ice.
Justice! Injustice. But no, seriously. Greg wants some fucking music. I just want to get it out the way. So I can go piss.
Go ahead.
Greg, you are amazing. Thank you for coming on the show and sharing some insight with us on the Psychic Vampire Show. There, that's all you get.
I'll have the CD available tomorrow.
You're going to have to actually buy the rest of that song on the Psychic Vampire Satirically Non-Existent store.
And if you
now I gotta go piss.
If you don't buy it, we will send you one of these beautiful bedside pictures of Auld Kendal.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Only see now 6 foot
Greg,
that's what you're gonna get if you don't buy these shirts.
Greg, how could you play this so close to your chest that I didn't know that this was gonna happen? You got this from me? I didn't even know about the Auld Kendal bedside picture. Oh my God. All right, everyone's going to want one of those. We need to advertise Auld Kendal bedside picture. How about $89.95?
No, it's 33.13.
Okay, whatever. That's still
No,
good.
no, $6.66.
I'm sorry, Jack. You're right.
That's good. $6.66.
That's what he charges, and it will improve your dreams immensely.
Oh, immensely. Auld Kendal came to me once in a dream, and I fisted him in his ass. It's kind of weird when that happened.
Did you find a 1997 Jeep Cherokee up there by any chance?
No, I didn't. I did pull out a baby, which is weird because I thought he was a dude, but I guess he has a uterus or something. Would explain the vagina. It would go a long way towards.
What I miss about the uterus now?
Who has the vagina? Is my point.
We were just talking about how that Auld is the queen of the ascending reptilians with vaginas.
Yeah, and I
He's Mega Serpent. Get it right.
Mega Serpent.
He still has a butthole, and it went all the way up to the shoulder when I put my arm in there.
He's from the Biru.
Were you able to scratch the plaque off the back of his teeth even?
I put my hand out the front of his face and grabbed his jaw from underneath. That's how deep I got in there, and he liked it. He came 44 times.
Oh yeah.
Good for all. I'm so happy.
Man, I don't know, Greg. I think I might have to join you in the masturbation session right about now.
Go for it, buddy.
If Omni keeps talking like this, we're gonna have to whip it out and just sword fight.
We can rub our nipples together there, Ron.
Listen, Auld came to me and he said, "I have something to show you," and I was just like, "Bend over, motherfucker!" And then I fisted him. So.
Okay, all I saw was some lag, and then all of a sudden I saw some titty.
That's
and
me.
then some more lag.
Okay, everybody who's,
Nice.
Let's show your tits again, Ron. Show your tits.
Everybody should.
All right.
Show your tits.
You too.
You want a comparison here?
There you go.
All right. This is the extent of the talent on this show. Okay.
Lisa?
No way! I'm female. What are you, crazy?
Jack is gonna vomit. I already know.
Jack's just sitting over here like, what the fuck am I sitting in?
You know what?
Let
Poor
me
Jack,
out.
He's probably thinking, wait, these people are crazy. Now I need to run from them, too.
Yeah, he's going
to do that.
One bunch to the next.
Crazy.
Yeah, you get the whole gamut here on Psychic Vampires. From intense.
You know it's bad when we're the voices of reason in this fucking place.
All right.
Doc, what were you saying?
Yeah, you get really intense, heartbreaking, profound stuff, and you also get asinine humor and nipples, and I like that blend.
You know what else you get, guys? Somebody say something. I'm stalling while I find the clip. You know what else you get? Huh? Yeah?
Magic Dan?
No. What you
Magic.
get?
Yep. Fake shamans. Many fake shamans.
Shaman finger?
YouTube, Ron. You'll never live that down, Ron. That's your destiny. And Ron is fucking muted and off camera while I play his clip saying the word boy pussies. Whatever.
Dude, no. I'm still here. Trust me, I am here. I have to keep doing this because I lag when I'm not speaking, and I have to mute my shit back, and I don't know. It seems to help somehow, or maybe it's all in my head.
Stop playing with yourself.
I was going to say, Ron, are you whipping it out? Is that why you put that up there?
Yeah. Stop it, Ron.
Oh, trust me, you would hear some violent fucking beat tune in the background here.
This is a family show. This is a family show. There are children watching. Stop it.
I gotta turn on my
Get those fucking children out of the room because Ron's penis is a friend of the show.
Penis? Did you say
penis? Yes. It's that fucking special that I had to. It's so big. It's so big I had to add an extra fucking letter to it. Okay, there's a Y in penis because of me.
Not a Y, it's the N with that squiggly line above the top. Come on. God, you're ruining it!
It's penis. Spanish for the penis.
Enough talking about your penis. We have another segment. Guys, we have an hour and a half. We still have to talk about Carrie Cassidy and Project Camelot. Jack, have you ever heard of this person?
What do you think?
No.
Of course he has.
He knows it intimately, I'll bet.
He does know them.
Of course I know Carrie Cassidy. everything you got when you go insane when you're 20, and then YouTube's there. You start to like. It started with me space videos. Then it was quantum physics. Then it was magic and the occult. Then it was Jordan Womble. That's pretty much Jordan Womble, Auld Kendal, Liz. That's been, and then you guys. That's pretty much been a 8-year YouTube journey for me.
Holy moly!
Which is ultimately
that's a
led me
pretty
here.
drastic jump, and I'll kind of say that like I think. I can't really speak for everybody, but for me personally, I got into this because of like 9/11 stuff, Alex Jones, very cookie cutter conspiracy Similac type of material. And I got into that, and rabbit holes are rabbit holes, and you don't know what the fuck you're gonna find in there. And I just came across, like targeted individuals, preppers, people that want to fucking, shoot anybody that steps on their land, and they keep, like, mines and claymores in their backyard kind of people, all the way to these starseed, let's all hug each other and, give each other suicidal ideation at the same time kind of belief.
I'm a person with a half cat soul, too. That kind of shit.
Talk of targeted individuals. I actually feel like I'm a targeted individual. Just for the simple fact, marketing exists in this world, and no matter who you are or what you are on this world or where you live, you're in a target market for some kind of product or service, and that's the way it is.
That's the truth.
So
absolutely.
Maybe they're unconscious. I don't know. It seems like it's definitely linked with paranoia.
Yeah, I mean, people are waking up, but they're not realizing the correct things about what's happening. They're just misconstruing what's happening. What were you going to say, Doc?
Yeah, I just wanted to essentially agree with Jack. If you're in the wrong frame of mind and you have the wrong advice from enough people, it's so easy to tip over the edge, and I think everyone on the show has been there. So I think we can all really identify with what you're sharing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think also, go on. I forgot what I was going to say now. It's gone.
Sorry. I was just going to say, so Carrie Cassidy seems to believe that there's going to be an event before August 30th. Now, back when this was probably like 2008, 2009, when I was at the height of my delusions, Carrie Cassidy and Project Camelot were a very big influence on me. I listened to this shit all the time while I was at work. I worked at a factory, and I could listen to radio shows and podcasts. I listened to Howard Stern, I listened to Coast, and I listened to this Project Camelot bullshit. And it appeased my boredom. And because I was not being creative, even though I'm a creative person, it manifested with these delusions. So I blame people like Carrie Cassidy in large part for enabling me to believe this kind of shit in the first place. What were you saying, Jack?
I think when you have this hot pot of information, and remember, knowledge, I always say knowledge and information are two separate things.
Right.
Information's a vessel for knowledge, but there's a lot of bullshit out there.
Yes.
And I think all the people that are afflicted, everything happens for a reason. People are born mentally ill, and they see things, perceive things that other people just can't see, and in some case, most of the time, it's toxic. Sometimes it can be dangerous with the Patrick and Auld Kendal kind of situations, but there are events where it can manifest itself as pure genius, mental illness. It's a strange one, like schizophrenic mathematicians or all kinds of, like, Nikola
I agree.
Tesla.
There's a woman, she used to stay in Broadmoor. I forget her actual name, but she was a schizophrenic. She used to draw with her feces on the wall of her cell, I guess, for lack of a better term. She was in a cell and would draw with her poop. And then they gave her like a canvas, and now she's like a world-renowned artist.
And I've often heard this represented as, mental illness being the ticket to genius. My view is it sometimes...
Well, yeah, there's that beautiful mind kind of thing.
Yeah, there is an overrepresentation, certainly, but anyone who's been in the pits of despair would trade any amount of talent to just feel normal.
Right. Well, see, so much of this comes, I believe that, like, really creative people tend to be afflicted with this kind of thing, specifically because they're not expressing their creativity, so it's building up inside of them, and it will express itself in the form of delusions if you are not getting out this energy that's just building inside you. It's got to come out some way, and it will manifest some way, and the way that it usually manifests is with some sort of delusion about reality. That's what I think.
That's pretty much spot on, you know.
Yeah. I mean,
You know?
Alora, for instance, is extremely fucking creative. As you said, she recorded like 2 albums in 3 days. I mean, that is
back on her meds, yeah.
creative. Yeah. So, I don't know. But, Carrie Cassidy, guys, and by the way, this is not the first time she's pulled this stunt. There have probably been dozens, if not over 100 or more times, where she has made predictions about dates. They never come true, and then she just claims that it happened in some alternate reality. So over and over again, she plays the same card, and she still has followers. Admittedly, they have diminished hugely, but there are still people who believe this crazy woman in spite of her being wrong over and over again. So it just goes to show you that a fact does not matter to people who are insanely delusional. They've already decided what they want to believe, and they will find evidence to continue believing that. And anything that proves them wrong is actually evidence that they're right. That's why she still has followers. It's the most hardcore, insane people who still follow this person.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. And she is saying on this video that it is an alternate timeline, so basically she's trying to save her ass by saying, if it doesn't happen here, it did happen, you know, in an alternate realm. So we just have to make sure it doesn't happen here.
Yeah, and conceivably, if the multiverse model is credible, she's absolutely right. But it means that her prediction is completely balls.
Right.
So it's always going to be disprovable.
Yes.
Always, you can't prove it or disprove it.
Yeah. But okay, let's let her talk. We've done enough build up for her. Let's let her use her own words to describe just what she's all about. So here we go. As soon as I pull it up, here we go.
Asked to deal with this August remote viewing of an August event by 3 remote viewers working for Courtney Brown, who apparently landed on a possible incident that could involve the death of a number of individuals due to an incoming object of some kind. It hit some very...
Can you just pause it for a moment? Do you notice a pattern in her language that everything is suggestive and nothing is imperative or defined? It could involve, they may have an incoming object. It's all nebulous.
Oh yeah, it's all everything that could absolve her from making an actual claim.
Right.
Yep.
So if this does come back around and she looks like an idiot, she could just say, well, I never actually said it.
Yeah, and that degree of crafting suggests to me that this person is fully aware of what they're doing.
Oh, yeah, she's been at it for years. For like a decade now, she's been at this crap.
She knows damn well what she's doing. She knows exactly.
She gets a huge amount of people watch her as well.
Right.
She knows how careful she has to be when making.
She's almost mastered this.
Yeah.
know.
She's actually gone a great way to discredit herself over the years. She used to have more people who believed her crap, but now she's pretty much in her final throes. So just so many times making false predictions and these bullshit excuses about it.
I got a question about Project Camelot. I'm pretty sure I'm thinking of the same thing, but doesn't their intro to their podcast or whatever have like some weird leopard running and it's like some cheesy ass bongos and like fucking budget electric guitar going bow 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 bow?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that intro alone lets you know how shitty these people are, if you ask me.
You should watch the intro.
You get a better class of criticism here.
Yeah, but let's see what else she has to say. I'm sure she's going to get a little more specific, or maybe not.
Like environment, somewhere near a bay, which would indicate some kind of coast by the word bay. And you can certainly go to my website and click on the Courtney Brown remote viewing link, and you will get the link to his actual original broadcast and the viewings of those 3 individuals. I do want to say that I have invited all of them, all of the remote viewers as well as Courtney, to do a live broadcast on my channel to discuss this incident, potential incident, to drill down into where it might be. And I've also put out the word actually several weeks ago to have people who felt they had good remote viewing skills to try to...
She's really bored me. I'm really bored.
Okay, I just got a question though. She's sorry, blah. Okay, she's talking about a Courtney. Is this the Courtney Brown from the Farsight, I think it's called, Institute? Because I think this person has, in the remote viewing circles, a very bad track record.
Do you know Lisa?
Like all of them.
Well, yeah, true, but I mean, this person's like a big name, and they suck at what they do. Like they're known as being full of shit, and nobody wants to trust them.
Something the lady said reminded me of a police story. It's like every psychic that police bring in say, you're going to find something significant near a body of water. Well, you know what? 70% of the world, you're going to hit something. And they all say exactly the same thing. Yeah, body of water. Oh, yeah.
You know, the really famous one was when Sylvia Brown was talking about how somebody, I think she said, like, you will find him in water. And they go, actually, he died on 9/11 in the World Trade Center. That's the really famous one regarding all that.
Yeah, and then they say, well, fire hoses, there was water there. Yeah, sure, right.
Yeah, well, let's see, maybe Carrie gets a little less boring, but I mean, I'll be honest, I'm really fucking bored.
If you push it further, she talks about something from another planet coming in, and that's what it's going to, and then it's going to hit against something. It's whack job. It's
excellent. Bring on the whack job.
This shit is like a dime a dozen, though. How many of these do we gotta go through before the people that follow this shit stop doubling down on it?
No, the thing is, they really want to believe it, and that motivates them to buy any kind of bullshit that's remotely credible in their minds.
And there's always a fresh crop of them that are coming in. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, and you know, to loop back to Patrick, I said to him in a comment, that's exactly what you're doing. You're clearing out past, you've redefined yourself, there's a fresh crop of rubes for the fleecing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that actually is, though? I mean, from my own experience of being a completely normal teenager up until the age of 20, then just suddenly everyone around me thought, everyone I knew, my friends and family, saw a change in me. And what it is, when the brain stops growing, when you hit 20, 21, the next thing it does, it starts pruning connections, and you don't, they say as well, mathematical genius and physicists, they're usually done figuring out their best theories, like Dirac as well, when they were like 24. And then Einstein said himself he was finished by the age of 27. He couldn't, his mind couldn't conceive what it could before and transfer that to paper. So like, the point I was making is the people who are now in their 20s, they're going to be the most vulnerable ones at this point of time, because it's when it begins, basically. It's when it all starts for you.
Well, there's always people too. So even if one group of people gets the word about you, there's a whole new fucking group of people that are just going to start having their mental issues coming around the corner. So
yeah, and the clinical aspect of that is that's almost always when the most severe psychological and psychiatric disorders begin to manifest, like schizoaffective disorder and schizophrenia.
Well, I guess let's like Gary. Oh my God, I'm being attacked by Magic Dan. Let's let Gary continue.
And on where on the globe this might occur, so that we can attempt to save lives. This is an interesting dynamic when you have remote viewers viewing something that happens in the future, in the near future, that they could actually have a hand in possibly modifying in some form or fashion.
I just don't understand how. Wait, shut up, bitch. I don't
accurate.
understand how remote viewers could stop an external object from interacting with our solar system. They're gonna remote view it away from the solar system. It doesn't make any fucking sense. How could a remote viewer prevent a celestial object that's on a trajectory with the Earth from coming toward us? Even
they're gonna get Auld Kendal to remote view it away.
Well, you know, if we got Auld Kendal, Magic Dan, and Shaman Riley to focus their angst, I think we could probably do it.
Yeah, it could be like a Hollywood movie. Who would play Auld Kendal in a Hollywood movie? Who would get to play Auld?
Is that guy
Seth Rogen.
The guy who plays Agent Smith.
Or his fat little brother, who I can't remember the name of, that played in Superbad.
Is that guy that played Jabba the Hutt available?
That would be good.
And for Patrick John Coleman, I'm going to recommend the Bad Santa actor.
Oh my God, yeah, the guy who married Angelina Jolie. What the fuck was it? Billy Bob Thornton.
Yeah, can we get the Black Midget too, just cause? Black Midget.
Yeah,
Beetlejuice. Jack, who should play Auld in this film?
It wasn't Beetlejuice.
I think. Well,
you're racist. What do you think all black midgets look like?
Yes.
It should definitely be Keanu Reeves as Jordan Womble. I don't see any other person.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then for Auld Kendal, it's a tough one.
Either that, or we dig up Bret the Hitman Hart.
Oh.
I don't know.
Kendall, way to go with that one, Ron. Way to go.
No,
Good job.
to play as what's his name? What I do now? I'm sorry, I'm laggy, guys.
Kendall, no, maybe Owen.
Arnold Schwarzenegger as Auld Kendal, but as the cyborg.
Let's get a lady to play Auld. You know what? It would be a career-defining role for Charlize Theron if she played Auld Kendal in the movie. People would give her Oscars. It would be all over the place. She'd win everything.
She's too pretty.
Well, you played Eileen Wuornos. Eileen Wuornos and Auld are not that dissimilar, really.
Yeah.
Chris Rock as Gilbert.
Yes!
Jordan, that's from Jordan. Jordan said Chris Rock as Gilbert in the movie Dogma.
Oh my God! I'm just imagining Chris Rock with a towel on his head, and he's like, 13 sir, 13 wisdom, 13 prospect. You see them surfing eyes? You see them surfing eyes? I know you see them surfing eyes. How much is that chicken? $3.50. How much is one reel? Let me get one reel.
Omni, I have to recommend somebody for PJC.
Okay.
Ted Levine, who played Buffalo Bill.
Perfect. Well, yeah, Patrick is like Buffalo Bill. Billy Bob Thornton's good too. Who else did we say?
Both of them are good.
The guy that was in Fargo, the TV show. He's a weird guy.
Ooh, Fargo, the TV show is fucking awesome, guys.
What
Watch
was the
it.
dude's name? Can't remember his name.
I suck at remembering actors' names.
He would be a good Patrick. I'll find his name. Who started?
I'm thinking that Billy Bob Thornton should play Patrick as the sort of fun bubbling junkie.
No, Willie Macy. He would be a good Patrick.
Oh yeah,
he would be perfect. That's the one.
I think for young Patrick, we need to dig up Matthew McConaughey. You know, like during the whole Bo Ratliff days.
That'd be good.
Matthew McConaughey with a mustache, Like,
we can have Val Kilmer's Auld Kendal because he's all
Oh,
cracked.
wow. That's good, Jack.
Yeah, I gotta mute my camera. I'm gonna jerk off now. Just kidding.
Okay, so William H. Macy, Patrick, you guys are seeing it, right?
Oh my gosh, yes.
Perfect.
Yeah,
With the purple hair.
Patrick.
I sent you one where he's looking really run down, I think from Shameless.
Yeah, that's gonna take me a long time to find. Let me see.
Yeah,
So good. So good.
You know what? I would search, but I'm so afraid that porn is gonna pop up in the search bar if I hit just one letter.
Oh, search.
I like it in all different letters of the spectrum. So we're gonna not.
Yeah.
Can I suggest that Johnny Depp plays me?
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Oh.
I want Joseph Gordon-Levitt to play me.
I want the dude that played Tyler
Right.
for you.
To start the film, you'd have a girl on top of a building, and she'd kill herself.
Which
and then
girl?
you'd be like, what the fuck happened? Why did she kill herself? And then you just get Auld in his bedroom on the computer giving information to all these other characters that are going over the edge from complete delusions, and one by one they kill themselves.
I swear, man.
There's the police are slowly getting towards it, and other people online. Well, you just tell the story how it is. It would be a Hollywood classic.
There's a screenplay in this. I mean, there's a character for Stephen Christ, for Patrick Coleman, for everybody. Everybody has a character in the screenplay, and it will one day happen. Who knows when?
Please don't forget to cast
right now.
What,
Greg?
I said don't forget to cast Popo because he's really irritable about.
Popo has to be in the script.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who's gonna play Popo Bao, the bat rapist?
My asshole will.
Christian Bale. He played Batman. He could play Popo Bawa.
I will rape you.
Ew. Say that again. I liked it.
I will rape you.
Nice.
That's impressive.
Dreams.
When we're done with the show, I'll give Gerard Butler a call because he's always calling me. Can I play you in something?
Oh, he leaves the doc.
That
Yeah,
made my
Gerard
pubes
Butler
stand
doc.
on end. I'm not gonna joke.
Ron, we're gonna have Gilbert Gottfried as you.
What's the fucking matter with the people? That's how we fight.
Yeah.
You're Gilbert Gottfried.
I
I'll
don't
be Jerry
sound shit like
Seinfeld.
that guy.
Jerry Seinfeld's gonna play me.
I only want Johnny Depp. I only want Johnny Depp as me. I will accept no less because that motherfucker played Hunter S. Thompson.
No, Gilbert Gottfried.
That shit was amazing. No, Gilbert Gottfried, dude. Like, I'm nowhere near that fucking smarmy and tiny.
Okay, fine. How about Bobcat Goldthwait?
Yes, I'll take it.
You're
I'll take
Bobcat. Okay.
How about Bill Murray for Reamsey?
Yeah, I can see that.
That'll work.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
No.
He also
not for Reamsey. No,
I'm a producer, not you.
Jordan said to me once, I was the same alien type as Orlando Bloom. So
I him as Jordan.
I don't think I am though.
Or I can see him as you too. Actually, you look more like Orlando Bloom because he always has that mustache there.
Yeah.
I want
can see
Danny
that.
DeVito as Reams.
I like it. I approve of that casting choice.
This is a total sausage fest. Is there one woman
Terry here as well?
This is a one-woman bukkake. Lisa? Just kidding. Sorry. That's a bit overboard. Friend of the show. Friend of the show. Sorry. We don't bukkake our friends.
Okay.
On the
We need
Psychic
to get back
Vampires.
to Project Camelot.
Yeah, we need to get back to Project Camelot. But either way, Orlando.
Who's that again? No, I'm just kidding.
Orlando Bloom is Jack. Danny DeVito's Greg. Jared Butler is Doc. Lisa, who are you? Uma Thurman? You want to be Uma Thurman?
Sure, that sounds good.
You're Uma Thurman. Ron
like
is
that.
Gilbert Gottfried. And I'm...
Fuck you! No, I'm not.
Shut up! We have to...
I am...
Hey, we're running out of time. You're disrupting the segment now. Okay, Gilbert?
You're disrupting it by saying I'm somebody I'm not.
Okay, fine.
Or saying somebody is or no, whatever. Let's move on.
Bobcat, then.
Look at who I am. Yes, Bobcat. Get it right.
There's very good evidence.
She plays
that we
herself.
On multiple timelines simultaneously. And anyone who hasn't read the Seth material, I encourage you to read it. It's a very old book from Jane Roberts, who was channeling an entity named Seth and was talking about multiple timelines, in essence, multiple worlds that physicists are just now beginning to realize is true.
That's not even true. Physicists are not just now beginning to realize this. It's not even, like, nobody has proven that multiple realities are true. It's simply a theory, and the only evidence for this theory is very fucking innocuous. It doesn't prove that there's multiple dimensions. It just proves that there's inexplicable phenomena. The whole multiple dimensions idea is just a shot in the dark at something that might explain why quarks appear to teleport. That's all it is.
Yeah.
But Michael, she doesn't vet, I mean, Omni, she doesn't vet anybody. So, you know, for her, she'll believe anything. She even put a pedophile on one of her shows.
Oh, yeah.
So,
I know she doesn't give a shit. Didn't she say she doesn't care about people's backstories?
No, she doesn't care.
She'll get Auld Kendal on then.
I was thinking the same thing.
Son.
Yeah. Or maybe Patrick's life coach, the Manson guy.
Oh, that guy's weird.
Psychologist.
Oh, man.
Hey, by the way, since we mentioned Patrick, I just want to point out, more than one of Patrick's followers is a Charles Manson supporter. Isn't that strange? Because I have never met a fucking Charles Manson supporter in real life, but he has just pools of them around him.
Yeah. The 16-minute diatribe about how Manson is just a great guy was one of the most chilling things I've ever seen. Because
is it a conspiracy theory that Manson didn't actually kill those people, and he was a good guy, and he was set up by the government and the CIA?
I used to actually be one of those people.
He brainwashed people to do the killing for him. That's why he's in trouble. Is because he used LSD and other hallucinogens to brainwash people to do his bidding.
That's right.
Did he get? Is he still alive? When was he killed?
Oh yeah.
He's still in jail, and he's been married before.
It's really no shock at all to me that Patrick is pulling these types of people to him, though, because they're already well versed in defending a already established crazy person.
Well, you know what else? They appreciate the evil. It's not like they misunderstand Patrick or like they've been manipulated by Patrick. They actually respect the fact that he is fucking evil, and that's why they gravitate toward him and defend him. It's not that they're confused. I mean, some of them are, yes. But like people like this bitch, the writer's muse, that lady loves the fact that Patrick is evil. She just fucking loves it.
Yeah.
And as for the life coach guy, I mean, he's obviously got some serious issues, and you know, I hope he gets through them. But the 16-minute video he made, he was aroused and excited and titillated by everything he was saying.
But anyway, we're getting
Omni.
What's that, Lisa?
I don't want CW to be mad. He's saying I'm stealing his bit because Carrie Cassidy's on.
Fuck you, Dad. Go away.
Is he angling to get on?
I think so.
Okay.
CW,
I have a suggestion.
Do you want me to bounce?
No, you don't have to bounce, Lisa.
Like we need to add another sausage to this party.
Lisa, I will tell you what, Lisa. I will leave the decision up to you, but in the meantime, let's listen to Doc while you think about it. What were you saying, Doc?
Yeah, I was just going to have a suggestion for CW's character. Do you remember Kurt Russell in The Thing when he had the big beard? It's CW.
I can see him being Kurt Russell, but you know, Kurt Russell has more hair, so.
He was in Roundhouse, and he did roundhouses.
Lisa, have you made your decision?
You know what? CW, actually, I'm going to stay. Unless they just add you on, but I'm going to stay.
Yeah.
Good.
Fuck you, Dad.
as well.
Nobody likes CCW. Keep calm and tell CW to fuck off.
Should I invite him, Lisa?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm just going to tell you, I'll channel Addison since he's not here. I got to represent.
Ron, you don't have the ability to channel people, okay?
Yes, hey.
all made up.
All right, stop it, okay? You're crushing my dreams.
Until CW gets here, I still don't know what's going to happen on August 30th, so let's keep it going.
Involved at that point, simply because there is something to be said for seeing the future and the responsibility along the lines of what that means, and that these are not just child's games. These are real incidents that these people are viewing. Now,
Sure it is.
They could have certain elements wrong, et cetera, et cetera. All of this will pan out, at least on this timeline, in some form or fashion. By the end of August, we will find this out.
What does that even mean?
So I do want to
Exactly.
In some form or fashion, it's going to happen.
I'll be honest, I was zoning out. What did she say?
Nothing.
Basically, shit's going down, Holmes. Shit is going down, and if it doesn't happen, I'm not responsible because I'm not saying anything.
Well, it's because we used our willpower to avert that reality from the
Oh yeah, and this, not only did we use the willpower, but that reaffirmed our belief that we are doing the right thing.
Hey,
Because it didn't happen.
Yeah, well, she's really a psychic, and that's why everything she ever predicts never happens.
Guys, everybody right now, let's all pray. We're going to create a rainbow field of psychic vampire energy to block whatever's coming September 30th, okay?
It's funny you just said that. Just when you said that, something part of my affliction, I see they're called, I think they're defined as floaters. I see like little black specks.
No, I see it
moving across the room, shadows on the walls sometimes, stuff like that. So I think it's like a mild form of schizophrenia of some sort.
Listen,
it could be sleep deprivation. What time is it over there?
Not only that, though, floaters are real. They are things that are in your eye, and you can see them fucking, like, it's not even mental illness. It's nothing like that. It's actually, some people have more than others, but especially if you've ever suffered an eye injury, have floaters. Oh, hey, CW!
Shut up, Dad!
You know what? Doc has the floor. Shut up, CW. Doc is allowed to speak.
CW, you look like Seinfeld overdosed on drugs and bloated up in the sun. I love you, Dad.
I was feeling Shroud of Turin. I thought I would get Shroud of Turin crossed with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. That's what I'm feeling like tonight.
Yeah, I was just going to reiterate Omni's thing. Everyone has floaters, shadows behind their eye. Sometimes the protein in the vitreous and aqueous humors coagulate, and it drifts down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I suffer from those too, Doc. I know exactly. I know exactly. And sometimes they'll even move around like a little snake-looking thing and stuff.
Yeah, those are entities. Those are entities, guys. That's what you're
Fuck you, CW.
Blue orbs.
Yeah, I've seen
spiritual phenomena.
But it's interesting though. Just as you said, you were talking about psychic powers. The coincidence in my mind at that specific moment, I see one. It's not good, you know. It's just weird. It's just the unconscious works in mysterious ways.
Yeah.
And you said the right word. You said the right word, Jack. Coincidence.
Yeah. And your brain is programmed to find those things. So the phenomenon is absolutely normal and natural. The observation is what makes it special.
Exactly.
Maybe CW's right and they are entities, but I mean,
I'm absolutely right. Don't listen. No,
Don't
listen to these guys.
Fuck you, CW.
Yeah, fuck you, CW.
That's the entities. Whenever you hear the people say "fuck you, CW," it means I'm on the right track.
I'm turning your volume down.
Kick him off.
You're off. You're done, CW. Hey, actually, what I wanted to say, guys, CW recently had. Okay, you
get out of here, CW. Your teeth are too white, you bitch.
Listen. I need to get a couple things out of the way. First off, you need to make sure you subscribe to Ron's channel and Doc Savage's channel. That's very important because they're psychic vampires, okay, like me. Then make sure you subscribe to Rimsey and Jack's channel. And then, if you've subscribed to all those channels, go ahead and subscribe to CW's channel, because he did a live stream the other night, which he's now ashamed to show. But it was fucking insane, okay?
It was quite insane.
It was with someone in Spencer Robotics. The dude was out of his goddamn mind, all right? And it was amazing. It was goddamn amazing. And if you are not subscribed to this channel, you won't even know what's happening. You're going to miss some awesome shit.
Omni, you forgot.
Yes.
All screenshots are at Shaman Gate on Twitter.
Oh, yeah, Shaman Gate. I didn't even think of the Twitter shit because I'm so busy hawking the YouTube shit.
I know.
Well,
Twitter,
Shaman
you
Gate on Twitter has
motherfuckers.
screenshots of all the shit Patrick deletes. But, hey, CW, how's it going, buddy?
I'm hanging in there, kiddo. I'm hanging in there. How's it going with you guys?
Good. You do any regressions in the last 24 hours?
Not in the last 24 hours. I like to keep myself to 1 regression per month.
Okay.
That's all I allow. I'm a binge regressor. So
you've neither undergone nor induced any regressions in the last 24 hours.
No, well, listen, hey, it doesn't count as a regression if you attempted one and it didn't achieve full regression.
Is it a regression if you ate more than your allotted allowance of Oreos, Dad?
No, definitely not.
You regress.
What's an allotted amount? I regret nothing.
I don't know.
Especially
Let's ask stepmom.
Listen,
I'm just kidding.
My shame bell is broken, so I'm just gonna have to clap to make you shut up right now until I fix my shame bell.
I love you, Dad. It's just Addison wants me to hate you.
Well,
that's okay.
Yeah.
Peer pressure, it's a thing. I'll drop you off a block away from school.
It's just your teeth are so fucking white that you creep out all the other kids at school, dude.
It's the regression.
Well, you got to stop brainwashing people, CW.
No promises.
Okay, so here. I don't know how much of the show you've been watching, but based on what you've seen so far, do you have any questions or comments for Jack?
No, I think Jack is doing fantastic. I just want to say that since the last time that I saw him, Jack seems to have gotten a hold of himself. He seems a lot more centered and a lot more of a healthy space. He seems like he's making right decisions and seeing things from a point of clarity, and I think that whatever he's doing right, and he should keep on that path.
I'm trying, dude.
Yeah, listen, brother, and just like everybody else said, I'm easy to find on the internet if you ever want to talk or, whatever, or hang, or you
I
feel
have
like
actually
you're about
sent
to...
you a couple of psychic distress calls. Did you pick them up?
I did get them, man. Listen, of all the people here, I'm the one that picks up the psychic distress calls. I want to let you know that no matter what, I'm there with you.
Dear Lord.
Don't listen to these guys. Hey, Jack, listen, what we both know is that if you think it works, it works. And the fact of the matter is, if you're going to send out psychic distress messages, it might as well be to me.
Jack, when you need something, you fucking Skype me, because I'm here, and I'll get it every damn time.
Hey.
No, you stay away from that guy.
Hey, CW.
Now I feel like I'm in the Auld Kendal
Reemstein knows shit about Thoreau. You want to stay away from this guy. Stay away from him. The cake's in sight. You want to stay.
Psychiatrists say
calls coming my way.
Psychiatrists say the deep delusions never go away, but you can learn to keep a lid on it. And some people, the thing, I think this is what it really is. Some people, like me, Jordan, Elizabeth, whoever, people like this, they have an ability to see more of what is unconscious consciously. So if you think of like a Venn diagram, 2 circles, it's like pushed together a bit. You're seeing more of what's conscious. Now, I used to think everyone else could see what I was seeing, and they were choosing to ignore it, and it was driving me mad. But then I realised not everyone just can see it. I don't hear voices in my head like Elizabeth does. Constantly hears voices in her head. But and this is what I said earlier, surely out of all this next level information, you're going to have to sit down and, there must be some diamonds in the rough. throughout all this stuff. That everything happens for a reason, you know.
Well, guys, sorry.
I mean, I'm just trying to stay balanced on it, you know. That's all I can really do now.
Well, Jack, I think you're doing a great job with it.
Jack, I think everybody thinks you're doing an awesome job. And when I was in the chat earlier, everyone loves you. So just know that.
Well, we need to get back to Carrie Cassidy because she has more.
What's going on, man?
August 30th. So, CW.
Yes.
I know a lot about Carrie Cassidy.
I know a lot about Carrie Cassidy.
Let's talk about Carrie Cassidy.
Let's talk about her.
What do you think about this lady?
I think that she has got one amazing skill set, and it's already happened, and it's already played itself out.
It's
and that
called
was being
the
first
intro.
to YouTube. That's it. It's just you just get to YouTube in 2007 out the gate, and do your thing, and become the catch-all and the be-all of conspiracy theory, UFOlogy sites. And then it doesn't matter your skill set as a journalist. It doesn't matter your skill set as an investigator. It doesn't matter your skill set as a interviewer. By the laws of attrition, the numbers will just keep on rolling in. She's got the discernment of my left toenail. She doesn't know her ass from her elbow. In fact, she constantly backs the wrong horses. The number of people that she's brought to the internet has made a name for being a UFO contactee, Area 51 worker, whatever, is a rogues gallery of ex-cons, child molesters, and, you know, weirdos. It's incredible. You know, her pet project is this man by the name of Captain Mark Richards. And she acts as though Captain Mark Richards, she has to interview him in prison, and she acts as though he's there because, you know, the man has to keep him down. The fact of the matter is that Captain Mark Richards is in prison because he convinced two teenage boys to commit a murder for him.
Oh my
So that he
God.
could try and take over the San Francisco Bay Area. If I'm
Dude,
lying,
what?
I'm dying. Yeah. Captain Mark Richards.
What?
She interviews him. She acts, yeah, listen.
That's how crazy it is.
Go to Project Camelot.
Okay.
Go to Project Camelot and look up the interviews that she does with Captain Mark Richards. She interviews this guy all the time. She has to sneak into prison to interview him. And she acts as though he's like this all-American hero who's there because, you know, of the conspiracy and he was saying too much. He's there because he convinced a bunch of teenagers to kill a guy so that he could steal the dude's money, right? So that he could try and take over the San Francisco Bay Area with a laser. I'm not making this shit
The
up.
fuck, man? Wow.
Yeah, no,
And
that's real
Be
shit.
right back, right quick.
okay,
That's
and
real shit.
Holy shit,
and
dude.
I just want to say something. Trisha Pappas, I think her name is, in the chat, was talking about
Yeah.
she's always begging for money. And
Always.
oh, always. And after her and Bill Ryan split up, they basically just lost all the money that took them to places. And now she'll throw out stuff on her channel like, I won't be up anymore if you don't pay me. And it's ridiculous because it comes up about every 3 weeks.
So does the guy, does he run Project Avalon now? What exactly is that?
Yeah, Bill Ryan. What happened was that she used to be an item with this guy, Bill Ryan.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Unfortunately,
He's the Australian guy, right?
He's the Australian guy with the hat.
Yeah, the
And
fucking
unfortunately,
hat.
there was a falling out, and they split up. And now she's Project Camelot. She took over Project Camelot, and he got the kind of the side gig, but a gig he's made a lot of hay out of being the moderator of the Project Avalon forum. He doesn't really work YouTube. He doesn't really work the convention circuit. He just works the forums where he basically sits up there like a, you know, Papa Doc of that forum.
Oh yeah, he's a
getting
god.
praise from people and
Mods are
just
gods.
living out in Ecuador, doing what he's got to do. But you know, he's had his share of ups and downs. They all do. And you know, he had a wife who apparently may have absconded to Mexico with half of his physical gold. But what are you going to do? This is life in the big conspiracy theory circuit.
Well, you know,
He got
CW, he also said that he had a girlfriend that was an alien. So.
Oh, that's Amelia Benz. Is that she's from the 11th dimension, directly from Source. But hey, the thing about oh no, actually, you're right. There's an earlier story about him having a girlfriend that was an alien. But I guess he was moving up in the world because he was once dating an alien, and then he later went on to date a girl who was from the 11th dimension. So he's doing all right, I guess. He's doing all right.
Are any of the blue avians or the moth people in there? They have a collective thing.
Well, the blue avians were stolen from Project Camelot by David Wilcock, and who took them over to Guy TV, where they're making the money that they can, But it is what it is. I mean, the fact of the matter is, I just always want to let people know that within a year of starting my channel, I got to meet and interact with all of these people. I've had email conversations with Bill Ryan. I've had email conversations with Corey Good, with Shane the Ruiner. You get to meet all these people, and pretty soon you get to know all the faces and all the names. They tell you all the stories, and it's just a big old happy family. You know what I mean? And people might look at me and say, "Oh, CW, you're gossiping here," and I say, "No, it's all aunts and uncles, nephews and nieces, cousins and brothers." And it's just life on planet Earth. What are we going to do?
Yeah.
Right.
And we were discussing a similar sort of network earlier on with Auld Kendal and Patrick Jordan Womble and so on. So it's kind of a theme.
Of course. The kitty table.
CW, what do you think of the whole Jordan Womble Auld Kendal affair, especially in light of what I've revealed tonight?
Well, I think that it's terrible and it's tragic, and it's unfortunate that Jordan Womble, wasn't talking to other people, but that's the risk that we run. And so what I always tell people is that like in any relationship, whether it's a real world relationship that happens in the high school or college cafeteria, or if it's a relationship that happens on the internet, if the hairs on your neck start standing up in the wrong way and you start getting freaked out, and every time you're interacting with a person you get scared and distraught, and they don't seem to be leading you to the light and happiness, but they seem to be leading you down the hallway of sorrow and darkness, you got to stop interacting with those fools. But it's like I tell people all the time. I said, we were joking before about you saying that you were sending me psychic messages and everyone saying shut up, CW. The fact of the matter is, my theory is this: you have to know when to turn the magic on, and you have to know when to turn the magic off. When you're having fun, you're playing with tarot cards, you're playing with the Ouija board, and it's good and it's enlightening, and you feel like you're exploring other areas, fantastic. When you start feeling like freaked out, or like the lights on the highway are giving you signals, or the messages on license plates are telling you, you're cursed, it's time to turn the magic off, come back to reality and say, forget all that stuff. It's all just make-believe.
Especially when someone is saying, make a bad decision based on my advice as a function of that.
Right.
It's absolutely tragic. Look, everyone's responsible for their own actions, but the fact of the matter is that we know that brains come in all shapes and sizes, and just like people can have disabilities of the body that cause them to have to be in a wheelchair, or cause them to have to use a cane or a walking stick, there are some disabilities of the mind, and you don't have to fight it, but you have to accept it, deal with it, understand that it's part of your life struggle, and take the advice of people that are around you, the advice of people that you should trust. You don't like your current doctor, find a different doctor, but don't find a shaman, don't find a priestess or priest. Find someone who knows about the science of the mind, who can tell you if you've got an organic problem of the mind that medicine can help you with.
Yes, I agree 100%.
And Jack,
perfectly put.
Yeah, Jack, Doc Savage, Reemsy, and Omni are great people to talk to. They really care. I mean, they really, honestly, from the bottom of their, they really freaking care.
Well, I tell you what, I watched The Dark Christian. I discovered him through your channel, and I love his fucking channel because he said, look, just don't fucking bother with any of the magic. You don't need any of that shit. He said your words are your power, and if you master your words, you can deal with any situation with your words tending to the right actions. And he just like made me feel like maybe I don't need you know, I just feel like all the candles and the correspondences, the gemstones, the herbs, you name it, all that stuff. Now I've figured it all out. It's
all psychological, man. It's all like
exactly. It is. You know, I've done spells and had disastrous results from them. Where people have got in hospital.
Jack, let me talk to you right now, just like we were talking without all these people here, just like we usually talk. I'm going to talk to you here, Jack. Any of this woo-woo bullshit stuff is the last thing that you need to be looking at right now, buddy, because you are coming out of essentially a very traumatic situation where all of that stuff was affecting you badly, and that is the last thing that you even need to be looking at right now. And I know the desire and the addiction that you have for looking at that stuff. It's almost like a compulsion within you. I know that, and you want to do it right now. Your responsibility to yourself is to get your fucking life in order. Get that good job prospect that you have. Get yourself stabilized. Get yourself able to support yourself. Take care of the mundane things right now and forget about it and resist that compulsion that you have to look into any of this shit right now. And when you're established, that's the time to go and look at the genuine articles. If you've still got that compulsion, there are
absolutely
better things to look. You know what I've told you, and I'm reiterating that right now.
I've actually got a job opportunity coming up,
I know you do.
Working with bipolar people. So I'm thinking that I might do that because it would actually give me a huge amount of job satisfaction. I mean, it will be tough. I'll probably get punched and spat on and that kind of stuff, but I understand their struggle now. Really, I really do.
I know you do. I know you do, and you've got to get yourself stabilized, stay there in the safe place where you are at, take advantage of the good advice that you have right there where you're living, and get your brain settled back, and when you get the most fundamental aspects of yourself fixed up the way they should be, then go out and share your story with other people and help other people.
True, yeah. You can't. You got to get your own house in order before you tidy your neighbor's house.
Exactly. You just said it, Betty.
You got to do your own spring cleaning before you can show everybody the fall.
Yeah, true.
Well, we still have some things to get through, so let's let Carrie Cassidy continue a little bit here, because I do want to see the crazy shit that she's gonna say that's gonna happen on August 30th, because we all know it's not gonna happen. But
no, it's gonna happen. Remote viewers have confirmed it.
I forgot. Yeah, remote viewers. Yeah.
Government.
All right, here we go.
And knows Dick Allgaier well. I've also tried to get in touch with both Daz and Jim Mars to contact on my behalf Dick Allgaier again to see if they could get a breakthrough to communicate with him to find out why he became unavailable after saying he would do the show. But I've gotten no reply from either of them in that regard, other than Daz.
You're insane.
Yeah, well, maybe the guy who was going to come on the show was like, holy shit, what the fuck am I doing with my life? This is going to ruin any future job prospects I ever have if I go on this shit. I can't talk to these people anymore. That seems like a likely explanation for what happened to me.
Yeah, I'd like to actually go through and take count of how many guests have gone on here and disappeared off the radar afterwards because it was so fucking stupid.
Well,
there's one in particular that sticks in my mind. This guy claimed to be like a super soldier that was like half genetic dolphin.
Oh, no that joke. Guy.
Yeah. And he's like telling me, this motherfucker had tats all over, like big gauges in his ear. Looks like he smoked like maybe 30 fucking gravity bong hits to the face before he got online and spoke to this woman. And it was just like, Yeah, I'm like half dolphin. They MK Ultra 2.0'd me and made me a dolphin, guys. And then he did a second episode, and then nothing after that. I wanted to actually research him, do like a VH1. Where the fuck are the conspirators now of this guy? But he's nowhere to be found.
The crazy thing about him was that. Oh, sorry, Doc.
Just saying, he was half dolphin. Did he have a blowhole or flippers or anything?
That's what the gauges were for, I
Stop
think.
thinking
Like,
in third dimension, Doc. Come on, open your mind to the fifth dimension. You don't need a blowhole.
he had several holes that he blew, but they weren't blowholes.
I knew you were going to go there.
Yeah. He blew some holes.
You must be
alright.
psychic. How'd you know that Ron was going to go for the holes?
I'll tell you a story, right, once. I was sitting in the park with my friend, and we were smoking a joint, and...
No way.
Illegal.
Weed isn't exactly the best thing for me either, if I'm brutally honest. So anyway, this woman walks past, about fucking 8.5 months pregnant. She was about to pop, walking her dog. She shouldn't have been at home. She should have been ready to go to hospital. So she walks past us just so she goes out of view. And I look at my friend sitting there, and I said to him, what if her waters break now and we've got to run up there and deliver that baby? And he was like, oh my God, I was just thinking that. And like he thought I was being proper psychic, and I was like, no, it's just, that's the first thought that comes to your head when you see a pregnant woman in the middle. You know, it was...
Yeah, she's about the fucking pops, you know?
Thoughts are like shared amongst all of us, you know?
That's a primal instinct there.
So you know, we don't
And
own
I think, as Reemsy said, there's a way to go, but you're making such great progress. Further down the line, if you don't know the work already, check out Joseph Campbell's.
Contact I was going to say Joseph Campbell, or also the Golden Bough by, what was it, Fraser is a great one too. If you want to understand the mystic, understand how people think about shamanism and how it works with people's natural, normal grasp of psychology and culture, there's a realm of things that you can do that are there. Yep. Or even the Diamond Sutra by the Buddha. I mean, that's as far out there. You could spend a lifetime working with that material and never really slip up too bad, you know?
Mm-hmm. And Jack, I'm going to agree with CW on that one, on the Golden Bough. You would love that in 6 months to a year is when you're going to want
to,
when you are fucking stabilized.
Fundamentals.
Yes.
But you got to crawl before you walk, and that's what people forget.
And the Golden Bough is exactly the sort of thing that would fascinate you, that will do you no harm, and will give you a lot of insight into how some of even the New Age things that come around today, where they get their origins from. It's really almost like reading a fascinating history of this stuff. So that's something that when you're ready to when you've got that bad itch to look into this shit, that's something that will do you no harm and will educate you.
Yeah, may just have to quit and be a Christian and get zealous on all you guys.
Oh, fuck you.
If you're going to be a Christian, be like Dark Christian.
Be a Dark Christian.
Yeah,
there you go.
I want you to have a wall made of
Be careful.
behind you.
He's my favorite Christian in the whole wide fucking
You gotta
world.
have like Jewish fat wax candles and a wall of human flesh behind you in order to deliver this in a way that will approve.
Himself up as Pinhead.
Dark Christian, you're a friend of the show, wherever you are.
He's brilliant. I love him.
But Jack, that is an interesting and I think an important point. I don't think you're at risk of this, but a very common thing is people will put down one set of obsessive beliefs and jump right into the next one.
Yeah.
Substitution.
Yeah.
It's like
that
quitting weed and then becoming an alcoholic.
Exactly.
There you go.
And what your situation is, you have almost like a compulsion to get into this stuff, and it's something that
channeled in something like that will be tangible, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Something it needs to be more grounded and fixed in reality.
Exactly, and you got to handle the reality before you can look at the metaphysical
Omni
shit.
said it himself earlier. He said he's a creative person, and when he doesn't create, it manifests. It used to manifest itself in. It's got to come out somehow, and that's what my mum even says to me. She says, "Look, you're creative. You're not creating anything, so obviously you're gonna just go down the rabbit hole because it's the next thing there, you know."
Yeah.
And it's lack of action.
You know, and so,
go ahead.
Yeah. Something that's totally crazy that I'll just throw out there that you may or may not be interested in, Jack, is what got me through a very dark time in my life that's not at all esoteric and it's very much fundamentally routed and rooted in being creative, but being a creative individual, but a stable individual, is the work of Henry Rollins. Not the music, but some of his writings got me through some really tough times. No shit, I like Henry Rollins. So just throwing that out there.
You, Henry Rollins' dad, used to shout at me for playing Black Flag in my room. How dare you?
I know, but I came around. You moved out, and then I started playing those records and really listening and being like, let me try and get here.
I'll never forgive you for making me smash my Nickelback CD and do my homework that night. But no, I agree.
Listen, I only do it not in my house. It's my house and my rules.
Henry Rollins never stopped being an edgy, rebellious teenager. That's his problem.
You can try. Hasn't stopped you yet.
Well, guys, are we too far gone from Carrie Cassidy? Should we just move on to something else?
Yeah, fuck that.
I don't want to see this fucking meat sliding off the bone face
But
job.
one last historical point: the Dolphin Boy that Ron mentioned was actually part of what broke her and Bill Ryan up. Bill Ryan finally had enough and said that he was concerned that they were endorsing some people that were too far afield. That and some guy who was working this thing called the Heather Materials. And that was what ended up causing the split. Dolphin Boy.
Wow.
Dolphins, friends of the show.
They are. Absolutely. They're going to have friends. Better than them, tuna. Lisa.
Fuck whales, though. Fuck whales. Stab them.
Was he from Miami, that guy?
They're hard to catch. The problem with the whales.
You can eat them 10 minutes away from my house.
That's horrific.
Yeah.
Omni, do you have a
Whatever you
fun
say,
game to
Morrissey.
play?
I have a clip. So, but it's the Vigilant Christian.
Uh-oh.
Fun times. Or we could just talk about fun experiences that we've all had. What do you want to?
Glory hole. Just kidding.
Glory hole. Everyone, your glory hole stories. We're gonna go over all of your.
2 fingers out.
Well, one time, me and Dad, we went down to Slappy Joe's for a bit of entertainment for the evening.
Slappy Joe's.
Yeah, Slappy Joe's. That's where my mom Gaia used to work, and and they would babysit me in the bathroom because I wasn't allowed to be there, so they had to kind of keep me back there. And the glory hole shit was pretty fun. You would have my dad go first. And he'd be like, "This is my son."
Ron,
never mind.
Where are we going with this?
This needs to stop right now. It needs to stop.
Did somebody say free improv disaster?
Yeah. This is for the Patreon show, the secret Patreon.
This has got to stop. We're gonna get in trouble.
Secret Patreon glory hole with Dad. Okay.
But ironically,
move on. You wanted to talk about fun experiences. You guys are no fun.
Let's skip the glory hole stories segment. No more glory hole stories this episode. I thought it was going to be a great segment, but Ron did not waste time in ruining this brilliant new segment. So
we're going to talk about dads.
Apparently, fun is not a friend of the show.
Yeah. This is horrific. What's another segment? How about UFOs? Has anyone seen a UFO before? I have definitely seen a UFO.
I saw one for the first time in California.
Yeah?
It was like a shooting star coming down if you say you've got the vertical about just a bit more than 45 degrees, and it was just a green shooting star that just came down. But I saw it, and I was with some girl who was just completely profane, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I see them all the time." So it was a UFO by definition, but
Could it have just been a falling star, though?
a green one. It could have been just falling kryptonite that Lex Luthor dropped when Superman banished him. I don't know. Who knows?
You make the most significant distinction there. It is a UFO because you don't know what it is, but immediately you don't jump to it's the Arcturians.
Right.
You know?
Right. Yeah, I saw one, absolutely, and I still have no idea what it was, but I did not immediately think there's the space people coming. You know, it's not the invasion of the Moon Men. I just don't know what it was, but yeah, and it was similar to what Jack saw, except the one I saw was orange and it was coming straight down like that. But I didn't immediately think, oh, here comes the aliens in. You know, I just don't know what I saw.
It happened so quick. It's just like what's seeing a shooting star.
Well, see, me and Greg lived in the same area when like when I saw mine. I never met Greg, but I grew up in Cincinnati, and he lived over in Kentucky. So we actually were not very far from each other. And Fort Wright-Patterson Air Force Base is up in Dayton, and they have a lot of experimental technology. So what I saw, it was like it just hovered in the sky, and it would change colors. And at one point, I went to take a picture, and it disappeared. And when I put my camera away, it came back. That's just weird. I'm just telling you what I saw. But my first thought was like, this is some kind of weird experimental technology or something. You know, that's what I thought.
There were always frequent reports of that sort of stuff up there in that area, and it had to be related to Fort Patterson up there.
Yeah, that's the most logical assumption.
Yeah, of course.
And I used to live on Salisbury Plain, which in Britain is
really
nice.
Yeah,
wow.
I worked at the microbiology facility there for a number of years.
Mm-hmm.
But you'd frequently see unusual things flying in the sky, and very often at night, because Boscombe Down, which is an experimental aircraft site, is about 2 miles away. So you see strange lights in the sky. If you're thinking it's magical orbs, you may want to look a little closer to home and rule that out before taking the next step.
Yeah.
So what about, I mean, you get stories in Britain as well, particularly in East Anglia. There were a lot of like mutilated cows turning up. And obviously in Shropshire, it's where it's like the universal centre of crop circles as well. And, I mean, they're just pretty much unexplained to this date. You know, maybe someone out there knows something, but all we can do is really speculate. There's no, you know, that's it. There's no objective fact anywhere, really. It's just mysterious.
Well, a lot of those crop circles really are just man-made. I mean, you got two groups of people that make crop circles as part of their hobby. Number one are professional, or not professional, but hoaxers who just love to tweak the nose of the New Age world and the conspiracy theory world by making them. And actually, it's three groups of people, and then you actually have just like artists who are just creating them as art, and then you have a group of people who are New Age people who think that they're calling down the UFOs. And so a ton of those things are just absolutely man-made. And you know, all this stuff about like, you know, have them having blastules or things that just make it so crazy to believe that they had to be made by something other than human hands. Now you look at them all; they're just, it's crushed grass, it's crushed meat, crushed crops.
It's kind of like a social experiment combined with like a art form, if you will, because you get to just make this stuff, and people get to perceive and make up whatever they want about it.
Yeah, and they're beautiful, and they are legitimately art. I've got some coffee table books of those, and they're beautiful. But I don't think the aliens came and blasted them into Gross.
Why would aliens want to fucking come here?
They
Why would you
want
want to come and trap yourself in Satan's kingdom? I don't get it. Fucking
Wait, no,
stay
you know
away.
You know what, Jack? That's what I would say. If I was from an alien from a different planet, I would buzz by here and go, "Those people are crazy," and I'd take off.
Right.
I wouldn't come anywhere near us.
If I was an alien, I'd just take one look at CW and just be like, yeah, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Wow, man, and
Just kidding, Dad. I
CW
love you,
takes
Dad.
another hit.
No,
Someone's got a fixation.
I gotta do it. I'm representing for Addie. Addison, I got you,
I know
bro.
he's not here.
Listen, CW, this show needs a new scapegoat now that Patrick's on the outs. You're the new
Well, I am a
scapegoat.
narcissist.
You're
I
the
am a narcissist.
So,
And
we
Lord
have a new
knows I'm
villain.
not an attorney. What did you say?
No, I reckon.
No, aren't you? Wait, listen. Laura Snow said you're her attorney. Do you have to please verify or deny those claims publicly for us all? Are you?
I wouldn't do that only because the fact of the matter is that while I wouldn't reach out to her because the fact of the matter is that she's demonstrated to me in word and deed that she's unstable at this point in her life, and that's not a criticism, that's just an objective fact. I don't want her to feel denied by me. I don't want her to think that she's accepted by me. I just want to say that I wish that she would take down any videos she may have put up on the internet alleging that I'm a child molester. And please understand that if you put up a video about someone saying that they're a child molester, understand that they're not likely to reach out to you and want to help you if then all of a sudden you feel as though you want them to be your attorney.
Hey, I tried to help her even after.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
I just wish her all the best of luck in the world, but the fact of the matter is this, is that if I am an attorney or not an attorney, I'm not an attorney in California. She'd have to find somebody local to help her.
Did you just say if I am or if I am not an attorney? What are you trying to say?
Why not? Listen, well, I tell people all the time, I said, first of all, there's two things going on. Number one, a life lesson. Nobody should believe anything that anybody says on the internet or on TV. You know what I mean? If I tell you that I'm a doctor, if I tell you that I'm a lawyer, if I tell you that I'm a professional psychologist, and I'm appearing to you on YouTube, you should say to yourself, that may or may not be true.
You want to know the truth?
Hey, I
you
vetted
can't
myself
handle
to Omni. I gave him
He's
all
a
of
bouncer at Slappy Joe's.
I am. I took care of you in the bathroom.
Fucking liar, Dad.
At the glory hole.
From the other side of the wall.
He bounces a lot at the glory hole.
Hey, listen, I'm all you got.
Bouncer.
Shocking revelations abounding tonight. From one end of the show to the other, shocking
revelations abound.
You know what? I say this was our best show ever.
I say so too, because I was on it.
There you go.
Can I nominate Jack for MVP of that?
Absolutely, Jack.
Yes.
Awesome, Jack.
Yeah, no joke. Like, Jack, dude, you were seriously just fucking savage as hell. If you just want to talk, we don't gotta do it all on a show.
Yeah.
But you got a lot to say,
Well,
and we definitely appreciate you being the way you are. Just right
Likewise,
now.
it was. I've had to get all that shit off my chest to people who won't just reject the information and not want to hear it, but actually understand it and relate to it in their own way. You know, it's like a huge. I feel like I've just vented a load of energy that's been building up inside for years, and this
That's
is
what
like.
it's all about.
Yeah.
We just all want to understand each other, and
Here's the thing.
We talk about serious shit. We make fun of each other. We make fun of everybody else. But I mean, ultimately, the goal here is just to fucking communicate.
Here's the thing. What binds a lot of the people in this audience together, and it's not just my audience, it's everyone's audience. We're all, everyone is connected here in some way. We've all suffered from the same kinds of mental problems. We've all been there, and we all know what, it takes reflection, but we know what was causing that shit in the first place. So if you need people to talk to or whatever, then there's a lot of people who would love to be able to help you. So, I mean,
and I'm not gonna sell you a goddamn thing just to talk to you, dude.
Well, I'll sell you a rock, but it's $100.
And
I'll pass. No,
if we can help you directly, we'll definitely point you in the direction of a legitimate organization or individual who can help you.
I'm actually I'm organising getting a therapist next week as well.
And not a transpersonal
Yeah.
therapist. Don't get a transpersonal therapist.
Venting is like 75% of therapy. It's just fucking venting. So just getting it out helps.
Well, let me tell you about a powerful experience I had with Elizabeth when she first started wigging out on me. She came out with this rage, just all I guess it was just pure Martian. It was like she was channeling Ares himself, just fuck off, and just no empathy. And when she spoke to me in that tone, when she did that to me, I realized in that moment that's the kind of thing I'd done to my parents and my sister.
Right.
For a long time at home. And when I was on the receiving end of that insane rage for the first time, it really was powerful therapy, man.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I can't describe it, but I was like, oh shit, this is how I've been treating the people around me, and now, she's got it worse than me, massively.
And
I mean, it gives you insight. I mean, you're learning from this.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the addicts in recovery would call a moment of clarity, and it's a profound thing.
Yes,
absolutely. Self-realization through other people.
Yeah, it can transform your whole experience, or drive you further into the rabbit hole if it's too scary. But I think you've already made that decision.
And that, I will say that you brought up a good point right there, is that a lot of this is the fault of isolation. If you don't bounce your thoughts and ideas off of other people, you're going to shield yourself into your own little bubble without even realizing it. You build your own prison.
Or you end up finding, in Elizabeth's case, you end up communicating with people like Auld Kendal and Patrick John Coleman that are just going to be fucking the last people she needs to speak with.
They'll confirm your beliefs and make them exacerbate.
Well, this is the other thing. I've noticed, delusional people now on the internet, in the digital age, they can find each other on the internet and validate their delusions to each other, which gives all this shit momentum. And
There's
it's
been
like a
studies
virus.
that confirm this, yes. This is what the internet does.
And, the communication revolution that we're all experiencing, and I've certainly, coming from 1970, really feel it. It's so easy to find an enabling group and a leader for that enabling group, and that's an instant sort of pop-up cult. I mean, I used to work in the area of body image, and I was astonished to see websites and communities in terms of pro-anorectic behavior.
Mm-hmm.
So here's an instruction manual on how to make yourself sick to the point of death.
Well, it's funny you say that, because you said you get an enabler. And for me, the 13th Son, I watched all his videos with 13 Signs Astrology and 13th Son and 13 Cosmic Law Astrology, all those guys. I was watching all their shit, just believing it all, but it wasn't helping me in my life. And then I found Jordan, who was the first person to actually, he was the first person I saw trolling the 13th Son and showing how manipulative he was. But then obviously I then latched on to Jordan, which is just in this digital reality going through Jordan and then Auld Kendal and Alora Snow. I even ended up moving to California and living in, I literally got entangled with it all in my analog world. Completely.
It's your life. You believe, you create the world around you that you
really
perceive.
do. You really do,
It's how you live.
Especially, and this is one of the classical cult control tactics, that there is a power structure and a hierarchy, but on no occasion is dissent allowed. It's absolutely fundamental. So that you either fracture away from the cult with dissent, or you are controlled entirely within it. And like I say, these things develop very, very quickly. It's almost an instinct for us to fall into line.
That's exactly what you've just told. That what you've just said. That's like the archetypal story of Satan going off grid from heaven to come here and create his own world because he didn't want to conform to God's rules. So it's that same, some people.
It's exactly that archetype.
It's like the ant that doesn't fit in the hive or something, or you will always have that. It's inevitable. We're all somewhere under that bell jar graph,
Yeah.
We all exist somewhere on that spectrum, but it's.
It must be incredibly comforting to only hear from people that agree with anything that you say, but it's not a good way of making good decisions.
No, not at all.
It feels good, sure. It emotionally, gives you self-esteem, of course, but is it factual?
It lacks perspective.
Are you going to make rational decisions in your life based on these beliefs?
No, not at all. But one of the attractions of the cult setup is that you are in a collective and there's an other. You can define the other however you want, but it gives you some sense of security remaining in that setup.
Yeah, you belong to something that confirms how you feel and makes you feel good about it.
But it will lack perspective though and balance ultimately. It's like just putting the blinkers on, isn't it?
Yeah.
The horse.
Yeah. So it's a comforting delusion, and we all have them. But the degree the degree to which they dominate your life can make the difference between a useful thing and a profound pathology.
I still think you can be spiritual and have all these beliefs that most people don't have, but.
Definitely.
Absolutely,
you've still got to be balanced in your mundane life. You still got to pay the bills and pay the mortgage and go to work 5 days a week.
Society to not fucking be a parasite. It's really not hard to figure out. I mean, you can either choose to just let society take care of you, or you can actually contribute something. We all have issues, but you have to learn to work with those issues on top of not just being a problem for other people.
And if your belief system, no matter what it is, doesn't harm anyone else and allows you to live at a higher level, go for it.
Yeah. Absolutely. We see that with our good buddy Justin McCrae all the time. I don't necessarily agree with, or I don't really understand what's happened to Justin, but he's not harming anybody, and he frequently says very intelligent and good things that I can relate to and that help me out in my life. Yeah, I don't understand at all what may have happened with Justin. I have no idea, but he's not harming anybody, and he's ethical, and he's fine by me.
He's the difference between Patrick and the rest of these people that identify with that whole subculture of being a shaman, is that Justin McCrae, I guess that is his name, right, Justin?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
He's very sincere. It has nothing to do with like, hey guys, check out my description and my medium.com website. I'm going to sell you these readings. No, he just has a lifestyle and he lives it, and he helps people. If he feels like he's helping people, then that's great. And he's not trying to hurt anybody. And I'm pretty sure he's not the type that's just going to go, hey, 14-year-old boy, go drink and do drugs. Hey, he's not going to do any of these things that Patrick does. And it's like night and day, and it's very interesting to actually see somebody call him out from within his own realm that he tries to operate as a shaman,
Yeah, exactly. And the hit I got off Justin as soon as we started not shouting at each other online was, this is a genuinely good-natured guy with good intentions.
Absolutely.
Our discussion ended with, well, we come at the world from different angles and we have different tools in terms of healing modalities, but we actually want the same things, so let's work in partnership.
Right.
Yeah, it's true. Okay, I was just going to say we all want the same thing, which is, to be like happy, I guess, but everyone's got a different idea of how to achieve that.
Yeah.
And that's where the polarity comes in. You know, they even call it politics. You know, polar politics. It's because you're dealing with all these different opinions around the spectrum or the circle, and you got to find. Even though politics is bullshit, modern politics, but
don't start that discussion tonight.
Yeah, no, seriously.
I can't take it.
It's always dangerous when it's like comes to a certain hour of the night and then someone starts to say something really fascinating. You're opening up a whole new can of worms.
Yeah, but we can't open up any cans of worms. In fact, guys.
Well, one last thing I just want to say to Jack is that the thing that I think the thing to understand is myth and metaphor. If you understand any holy book, the Quran, the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, if you understand it as myth and metaphor, something that can inform your life like poetry or art would, but not saying that's a literal description of what is, you're probably going to be okay, you know?
Cool.
I agree with that. I do.
Well, guys,
I want to bounce.
Guys, we're going to do final thoughts. I'm going to go in the order of people who arrived, so recently, so we're going to go backwards. CW, any final thoughts on what you have witnessed this evening?
Yeah, Lisa was stealing my bits. She was stealing my bits.
Please.
No, I'm teasing, but no, I'm glad I got a chance to jump on with you guys. I love you guys. I'm glad I was able to put in like a non-controversial CW chanter appearance on Psychic Vampire.
You're still the scapegoat, though.
Fuck you, Dad. You're so
I don't
full of
mind.
shit.
Listen,
Fuck you,
everybody
dislikes you so heavily.
I am P.T. Barnum. I'm Anton LaVey. Hate me, please. keep the energy flowing.
You're lucky I didn't finish that glory hole story, Dad. Just telling you.
Yeah, you're never going to be able to
It leaves them wanting more.
Maybe on the private Psychic Vampire show, we'll let you finish your story.
Ooh,
yeah, this is very
incriminating. Make money.
Daddy might go to jail.
Hey, listen, it's tough out here for a bitch.
All right.
We gotta make our money, right?
We do. We all have to make money. So, so Lisa, any final thoughts?
Just Jack.
You stole my bit. Confess.
Jack, I hope you really know that people are pulling for you. Honestly, I hope you really know this.
I get it. I do. I definitely see it.
Okay, cool.
I appreciate that as well. Thank you.
Just keep talking to Greg. He has a heart of gold. Omni, obviously, he does. So
no, I'm evil. I'm secret.
Seriously, no, I was going to say.
Look at that devilish red glow.
I love the lighting. First of all, who did your lighting today, Reevesy? Look at this guy. Don't bullshit. You invested.
Dark Christian did it.
Someone went down to Pier 1. Give me the purple and the green.
But no. Oh, Lord.
Look at that. Oh, my God.
You look like a member of the Aquabats Hunger Force or something.
To sum it up quickly, Omni, it's okay to kind of dabble in these things, but when you've come out of something, you need some time to kind of get some air, and then when you're ready after a year and a half, you know, if you're still interested, but you have to remember what's real. Oh, a doggy!
Little poopy.
Sorry.
Whoopy.
And so I just wish everybody the best in that.
Well, thanks so much for joining us, Lisa. Greg, do you have any final thoughts?
Yeah, thanks for having me on again, dude. Jack, thank you, buddy. You knocked this out of the ballpark. You have no idea how many people you may have helped tonight, Jack, because it's not just people that are watching right now, because people are going to watch this video for a long time and hear you and hear your story. And you're a fucking hero, Jack, so thank you.
You're a beacon, dude. Like, you're seriously showing other people that it's okay to actually stand up and say...
And change.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Thanks.
If something does not work, and put it down.
Well, that leads us to Jack. Jack, do you have any final thoughts?
I mean, I just think that, you know, it's hard when you hit your 20s, life completely changes upside down, and you have to learn to deal with it and you have to learn to work with the problem. And you know, it's not always about, oh, the national debt's this, oh, aliens are coming for this. I mean, at the core of what it is to be a man, you want to be happy and experience joy in life, like your inner child, the joy your inner child experiences, and we have to be able. And I think, you know, everyone, you know, it's that saying they always say, like in Parliament, but we're all in this together. We really are, and you know, we've all got to stick out for each other. And you know, maybe next time you see a scumbag in the street kicking off, maybe you might realise he's psychotic and off his medication, and his mother was afflicted. You know, it might not always. Every man's story is equally compelling as the next guy.
Yeah, we're all humans.
I think humans, we're often too quick to write each other off, and you know, it's about perspective. That's what it's about, and expanding points of reference so you can complete that circle of perspective. I guess that's pretty much what to
Totally.
say.
There you go.
It's a journey.
Absolutely.
Well, Ron, do you
Smart
have
guy,
any
dude.
final thoughts?
Well, Jack, you're a very smart guy. I really appreciate you for just you know, being you throughout all of this and just being as honest as you are. As far as the rest of you guys, you know, I fucking love you, crazy bastards. Thank you for tolerating me, as usual. Me and all my
welcome.
shenanigans.
No.
And Daddy,
Stop.
Fuck you.
Listen, I
Just
take
kidding,
your
Dad.
rage because it
Just
makes you a
kidding,
harder
Dad.
man.
Man, CW
Listen, we
gets
all
so
gotta
much
process.
abuse. It's absolutely, even like on his own interviews,
have
even with
to love
Spencer
it.
Robotics, the guy's
Seriously.
like, CW's a fucking piece of shit. Like, this is on an interview he invited you to. So even, like, we invited CW here, and we're still attacking him.
But
so
look,
just so everyone knows, he's a real
God
martyr.
bless. Hey, it's
He's a martyr.
my final thoughts also
Yeah.
got stolen from me on the last episode, so I get a double dip.
Okay,
on
go
this one.
ahead. Go ahead with your second version of your final thoughts.
All right, Reemsy
Take
needs
two.
auto harp. That's the final thought from the last episode. Thank you, everyone, for bringing me on the show again. Thank you, everyone, for tolerating auto harp shenanigans.
Throw some stank on it.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Rod.
I love you all.
Love you too, Rod.
He's lying. He's filled with darkness and hatred.
I love you all, seriously.
So how
With
do
the-
you conclude the show on your show? You can.
Yeah. Did Ian get a final thought? Let this motherfucker get a
You gotta
final
put the
thought.
cherry on the icing.
I got a final thought for Ian. Way to change your icon to Morrissey, please.
That's not Morrissey. Doc,
Who is
I'm
it?
drinking communist vodka,
Morrissey.
so, oh my
No.
god, I feel so... Doc's final thoughts, everybody.
This
Doc,
is very uncomradian of you.
fuck you, Ron! Don't point out my flaws!
I was quite happy to yield my time to anyone, but I'll reiterate exactly what we've all said about Jack. And I have to say, there's an eloquence and powerful honesty in what you're saying, and it's incredibly valuable. And as Rimsey said, you're going to help a lot of people with what you've done here this evening. But what I also reflect on is the interconnectedness of the predators that, as we mentioned, are preying on extremely vulnerable people. So what we're doing has value. We've seen casualties of it, and we're actually helping people. So I think we can all
We
feel
are.
pretty good about it.
Yeah, I think people are being helped. I mean, I've had people tell me I've helped them, so...
I'd concur with that.
I guess as my final thoughts, all I want to say is make sure you subscribe to CW Chanter. Make sure you subscribe to Jack. It's error 404 underscore
changed.
processable.
It's now error 422.
Oh, okay.
Unprocessable entity. I decided to change it.
Yeah, stick it in the description, yeah.
If you search error_422, it'll come up.
I'm subscribed.
Make sure you subscribe to Greg. That channel's Reamce, REAMCE. Make sure you subscribe to Doc. That's Doc
Absolutely.
Videos that Patrick tries to hide from you after he uploads them in a drunken, retarded stage. Those are all on Doc's channel. Everything he doesn't want you to see, you can find it on Doc's channel. And you can find Doc's own commentaries and all kinds of awesome shit over there. Lisa, do you have anything that you want to plug?
No, just I'm collecting all the screenshots, and they're going up on Twitter at ShamanGate.
Yeah, sign up at ShamanGate if you have Twitter. For Ron, make sure you go to Mr. Mental Inertia's channel. He's actually more talented and better than I am, but I like to pretend that I'm the best.
The chat's asking for the nipples. That's all it is.
I know. I closed up on your nipples.
And that's really the only thing anybody really needs Ron for.
Nipples.
And it's Ethel and Myrtle. Okay, I'm just the vehicle to which Ethel and Myrtle gets delivered.
Yeah.
Okay?
Ron's nipples is on the PvP.
That's all you need.
Drop it in.
I need to piss like a racehorse.
Nipples all you
I hope you've all enjoyed having me on.
Thank you,
Much
Jack.
appreciated.
Jack, we'll talk soon.
We'll talk
I
soon.
love you,
Bye.
bastards.
Bye, y'all.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
He goes,
Love
hey,
you.
I have a final thought, goddammit. Okay, here's my
I'm
final
gonna steal Omni's final thought.
No, you're not.
Ron's so much better. His fucking talent is off the charts.
Make it quick, Omni, otherwise I'm
blind me with violence.
Go on, Jack.
I'm gonna mute you. My final thought is I have a Patreon and I have a secret show up. If you get $5 a month, then you'll get the secret show where I talk shit about CW Chanter. Okay?
Please,
But you don't have
y'all
to.
CW
I don't
Chanter
need your
episode.
$5. All right? Keep it. If you want to keep it, then keep it. I don't want it. I'm just offering you an option.
Top donation gets one of my nipple hairs.
$2,000, you get a Ron dick pic.
That's right.
Hey Ron, if I actually get $2,000, you are gonna take that goddamn dick pic, you son of a.
Dude, the pic's there, just waiting.
I was gonna say, get that shit for free.
Do this.
I'll give you $50.
I'm not shaving nothing, Miss Tree.
I know who
That's not
gets
bad.
at $50, Omni. What?
I'm a bear, okay? I'm not shaving shit.
All right. All right. Now that we've all imagined Ron's dick, I want you all to just go jack off or flick your beak, do whatever you got to do. Everyone, do what is necessary, and make sure that you pray to Eris.
Let me paint you a mental picture, okay? It's like a tree stump that's buried in a super tall field of grass.
I'm gonna vomit now. So,
that's how it is.
all right.
It's like an Audi belly button in the middle of someone's freaking, I don't know,
You're both twisted in the head.
pubic hairs.
I don't know why.
I love you guys. Why am I still talking? Let's stop. I'm going.
Because you're fucked up.
Good night, guys.
All right, we're gonna hit stop broadcast. I hate you all, and I'm filled with darkness and bitterness, and I want the entire race of humans to completely perish because I'm disgusted and I don't really like human emotions. Have a good night. Bye.